This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Oh my! Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Welcome to the Kia Oval. I'm Daniel Norcross. This is Phil Walker. It is sunny. You can tell from these. It is a glorious sunny day. Very quickly, news. Northants have not declared. They're 351 for 9. They're presumably going to have a little bit of a thrash here. Karen Naya. And see if they can get up to that 400, get another bonus point. Let's take a look, though, first at the highlights from yesterday's rather abbreviated rain-drenched play.
Shot just down the ground. Talk about that economy of movement, Phil. That's what we saw there from Karen Naya. May not quite reach the rope. No, it does. Well played, Karen Naya. Up to 58 with a boundary. Driven beautifully by Broad. Just got on top of the bounce. Didn't need to do an awful lot. Bit of a long half volley, truth told, but put away all the same. Broad.
Oh, edged and gone. Oh, what a catch. What an extraordinary catch.
And again.
Oh, yes. Got more of that this time. And it's gone all the way. Right in front of that gaggle of school children. Tabarded school children. It's gone again. And he's got it 4 again. This time the ball's popped up off the rope into the gaggle of school children. And now Tom Laws is politely requesting return. There it comes. That's a lovely shot. Another lovely shot from Taylor.
Edged and dropped in the cordon. I say dropped. It was really flying. It's going to take some catching. That's the half century for Taylor. He's on the move at the end of the season, but making the most of this opportunity. Lifts it over the cordon. What a classy way to reach three figures. Kieran Nair, for the 16th time in first-class cricket, gets the chance to raise his bat.
Jamie Overton. It's close. Given. Yes, pretty plumb.
Yeah, I don't think we need to see a second look at that dismissal.
And he's bowled him. First ball. He stayed leg side. And Overton was good enough to beat the outside block. Make that 4 more. Fortune favours the brave. And he's driven it down the ground. That will go for 4. It's well timed. It was in the block hole. Into the pads. Tom Laws pushes it right up there, trying to get the ball to swing. Well, this ball has been pretty docile. Gorgeous. Shot of the day. Bottom hand. In pain or no, he shovels it with absolute control and precision. That is in the slot, and that is spanked into the Galadari stand. Thank you very much. That sat up. He barely had to extend his arms. All timing, all class. Inside edge, past off stump and runs away for 4 more.
Clips fine for 4. That's not the delivery from Overton. You can see what he's trying to do. He's got his hands on his head. 3 left in the over. Makes room and finds the gap. Oh, that is fabulous batting. How does Laws respond to that? 2 left in the over. Takes the steer. The men are up with 2 balls left. Gets 4 more. Takes Northampton beyond 350. Another batting point for the team that started the week on the bottom of the table.
Well, a painful watch for Surrey fans. That magnificent knock from Karen Nair. It was dropped on 11, don't forget. It was a case of what might have been. Cameron Steele also dropping Taylor. Surrey could have got Northampton out for well under 200 instead. We start the 3rd day of this match and they are still batting. In large part thanks to enormous quantities of rain yesterday. We've only managed to bowl 104 overs in the 2 days. 105 overs are scheduled to be bowled today. I'd be staggered if we get anywhere near that, in large part because we play cricket in September. It's the equinox on Saturday, and unfortunately the movement of the earth both round the sun and on its axis is something that stays the same year after year, so bad light will almost certainly intervene round about 6:15, I would reckon, perhaps even slightly earlier if the clouds roll in. So what are Surrey's tactics here? You can see that Northants have not declared, because there are Surrey players. We're using a little bit of a new gizmo here, Phil Walker. You quite like our new camera.
Yeah, getting in amongst the players as they congregate there. It's a thing at the Oval, isn't it? A thing at the Keir that they congregate there at the bottom. They kind of wait and then en masse emerge onto the arena, and it's a nice touch as well. There's a few new angles, a few new gizmos that we're trialling out in this game. Of course, we've had the speed gun as well, which has been illuminating,
hasn't it?
Yeah.
Seen Tom Laws is regularly over 80 miles an hour. He does have that nip and a little bit of swing, away movement as well. We've seen a lot of that. He's picked up 4 wickets. Been quite expensive towards the back end of his spell, in large part because Karen Nair just went berserk. Well, he and Taylor in that 8th wicket partnership that was so damaging to Surrey. Now, we've been doing a little bit of scenario building, Phil and I. There are only 2 teams that can win the county championship this year, Surrey of course and Essex. They're rivals really in what has been a duopoly that's gone back over the last 6-7 years. The two major sides in the county championship for a little over half a decade. And at the start of this round, Surrey had an 18-point lead. Essex are pretty well placed to push for victory against Hampshire. They scored 447.
Yep.
Hampshire 10 without loss before the rain came yesterday. So for Essex it's very clear they've got to take those 20 Hampshire wickets. They'd probably like to enforce a follow-on if they can. So we'll be keeping an eye on what happens there. If they do so, they'll make 22 points. Surrey began this 18 points ahead. They already have 3 points from the bowling department. So the worst case scenario for a Surrey fan, and let's face it, what sports fan doesn't look at the worst case scenario?
Indeed.
Is that Surrey get bowled out for under 250 and lose the match. That would mean that Essex go into the final round of matches with a 1-point lead. So what does Surrey do here? Do they press for victory? Or do they say to themselves, if we get ourselves a high-scoring draw here, 3, maybe 4 batting points, add to 5 points for the draw, guarantee that we go into the final round of matches with a decent lead of 7 or 8 points. Is that the way they're going to go? We're going to find out a lot today about their approach, and I wonder if any of it will be informed by how Essex are getting on against Hampshire. Do they look at things like that, Phil?
I think they may well do next week if this show carries on down the road, but I think in the here and now they can't really pay too much attention to Chelmsford. As you say, Essex's role is very clear.
First ball of the day. And Laws nearly gets through Karen there, and now picks up another run. And that was the last ball of the over, because the players came off yesterday as rain began with 5 balls gone in Tom Laws's over. And it was filthy yesterday. Proper, as Mark Church, our colleague, BBC, would say, wet rain.
Yeah, just even in that one delivery, it crystallised much of Surrey's frustrations across the first 2 days of this game. One delivery to come in a truncated game up until now, and a filthy little inside edge, and Karen Nair retains the strike moving into the second over of the day. And Northampton they've been a carbuncle right on the side of Surrey, and they have not relinquished themselves at all. It's been quite notable really how much grit and gumption they've shown up until now. They deserve all the credit. 3-5-2 for 9. Only one side has managed to get past 350 at the Kia Oval against Surrey all year, and for Northampton, rock bottom.
Well, a side that's only had 4 batting points all year has picked up 3 already, and they might well be eyeing a 4th. They need 48 runs in 5 overs to get there. It seems unlikely, but the way Karen Nair was batting yesterday, wouldn't put it past him. So, as we might have expected, Dan Worrell to start, and, well, Nair's refusing the single. What's Northampton's plan here? Is it just to be irksome?
Partially. It's what he did yesterday. It made sense, really, because with these short boundaries, especially out there to the left of your screen as you're looking at it, they're very inviting for a player as strong through the offside as Karen Nair is, and he will fancy that he'll be able to get 1 or 2 away while retaining the majority of the strike. He's looking for 2.
Well, he's not going to get it, and he throws his head back in frustration because he knows he's now exposed Jack White potentially to 4 balls in this over. But he survived 15 balls, did White. When he came in on a hat-trick. Jamie Overton having picked up 2 in 2, and he was bowling as quickly and as in hostile a manner as we've seen him all season for a little burst.
Yeah, he didn't show an enormous compunction to get in line, but when it was in and amongst him, cramping him up a little bit, he played it okay, and Tom Laws pitched one up into the pads and he drove him nicely through mid-on. So, he's not an absolute rabbit by any means, and he's already helped Karen Nair on here. Tidy little partnership of 46.
Temptation here, Phil, would be to come round the wicket, wouldn't it? Because he does expose those stumps. So unless Worrell can get that ball swinging back in, which he has done through much of the season. Tried a little aerial for a while there.
Certainly looking for that delivery, as you say, Dan, coming back into the pad, swinging late. He's an absolute master, of course, against the right-hander with that away swinger, that signature delivery that he has. And he'll just be trying to adjust his line slightly and then arc it back into the left-hander's pads.
And Jamie Overton featured in pretty much all of Surrey's highlights yesterday. 2 wickets, an incredible catch. Swing and a miss. Not sure that's what Karen Nair wants him to be doing at the other end, but he's going to go after it. He picked up those 2 in 2, but he also was involved in I don't know how we call it. We'd call it. It was like a portmanteau catch. It should be called over folks. Caught over folks.
Yeah, it was quite something, and Ben Folkes is so alert to everything that happens on the cricket field, and he was the first to react when Overton did well to get underneath it with his left mitt, somehow flick it up. Folkes was good to the rebound.
It was spectacular. I think I said on commentary, that's going to get clipped up and put on Twitter, and sure enough,
there it was.
Yeah, it's almost immediately, because it's a spectacular grab. It's, I think you mentioned this yesterday, sort of contributes to the culture war of who should be England's keeper.
Yeah, that will bubble away, and especially with 5 test matches in India to come as well, and Folkes is an absolute genius on those kinds of tracks. That conversation will rear its head again, no doubt, Daniel.
Last ball of the over, White survives. Surrey still can't get that 10th wicket. It's getting very irksome. Time is being eked out of the game. I'm just going to take a quick look. I'm presuming that at Chelmsford the weather is similarly lovely and that they've managed to get out there.
That was the forecast this morning, Dan. Yeah, I think it will mirror pretty much the weather that we're getting here in South London.
Well,
they have begun.
They've had some balls and they haven't lost a wicket, Hampshire, I should say. Every Surrey fan right at the moment is urging Fletcher Middleton, I should say. Felix, where did that come from? Too much with Felix White. Felix Organ, it could be that. Middleton and Albert at the crease at the moment. Speaking of Felix White, he's been with us quite a lot on the Surrey live stream this summer. I saw a picture of him on Twitter today. It was so Felix. Hair moderately dishevelled but lustrous.
Sure.
He's a very fortunate man when it comes to hair. Gazing thoughtfully through those limpid eyes at what looked like the sea on a boat. Do we know where he is?
He's in Germany.
Germany, is he? That is a wistful place to be.
Yeah, he wears a few hats, does our Felix, and this week's one is touring with his new band 86 TVs.
Oh, lovely.
He was in Germany a couple of days ago. He may have moved on by then, or since then, but yeah, that's his persona this week. There are plenty to pick from.
Oh, yeah.
Hardest working man in showbiz is our Felix.
The man of 1,000 faces. And it's not hard to see why.
Meanwhile, we're here, as ever.
That's a lovely shot. It's going to run away for 4. Deep third's quite fine, anticipating the thwack, and up goes Karen Nair's bat because he's made it to 150. It's been a terrific knock. He was fortunate to start with, was shelled when he was on 11, but since then he's barely offered a chance. There's a half chance yesterday, catch out in the deep that wasn't taken when the slog was on, but for the most part he has shown why he has a Test 100 to his name.
Well, exactly that. Players who are technically sound as he is, once they get in, there's a relentlessness to the run scoring, and he's learnt on the job here as well, I feel. In as much he went a little bit hard-handed initially, as you say, the edge to Overton at second, that on another day he'd have pouched. And he played 1 or 2 other shots like that and rode his luck a little bit, where I think he was thinking he was playing on a flat one at Mumbai. But of course this is South London in late September, and so I think he's put that kind of shot away. You know, the ease through the covers shot. That's not really a percentage shot in England so much. And so he's worked out where his scoring areas are. He stayed relatively leg side of the short one. Perfect example of that 4 behind square just now.
Oh, there we have it. What an extraordinary way to go. I think he was trying to play the ramp, despite the fact that there's a very fine deep third, almost a fly slip. He's tried to play that ramp and he's got it all wrong, and he's offered back the simplest of chances to Tom Laws, who picks up his 5th wicket and closes out Northampton's innings for 357. And now I've never seen the ball come back like that off that shot. It was quite something, but Tom Laws, he's deserved that 5th wicket. He should have had it much earlier, and he gets a big embrace there from Kemar Roach, and he ends up with 5 for 105. Northampton's all out 357.
Second fifer in first-class cricket for Tom Laws, impressive cricketer. His second breakout year. This has been his red ball breakout year, you would say. He's been constantly a threat to every side who's turned up here at the Kia Oval. Karen Nair, though, a masterful 150, departs in eccentric fashion. You say you've never seen a shot like it. I reckon you might have been around the back of the clubhouse here, Daniel, because he played a very similar shot yesterday with the field spread, and he tried to ramp it over folks, and he's got the wrong part of the bat, and it's looped over the bowler up to Kemar Roach, who was at long on. And it's nowhere near a chance, but it sort of dribbles up to mid-on would have taken it comfortably.
Right.
And it was exactly the same carbon copy. I think it may have been off Laws as well from the members' pavilion end. So an eccentric way for an otherwise orthodox masterclass.
Yep, well, it means that Surrey, though, can get on with the batting, and we'll find out shortly what their approach is going to be here. It won't be manifest instantly. You'd expect Burns and Sibley to try to get their eyes in, try and not give it away too early, because Surrey here, they've got draw points to defend as well as win points to seek.
Yeah.
We've got 2 extended days, but because of the nature of the light and the time of year, we've got to rein in our optimism as to how many overs can be bowled. There's also the possibility of a few showers later. So,
yeah, just on that though, we have had the lights in full effect for much of the game up until now, and if the overheads are relatively clear, then the lights should have some kind of positive effect towards the back end of the day. So perhaps we'll get the vast majority of them being optimistic.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
That would be fun. We're going to take a little break. As you can see on the screen there, play will resume at 10:49 with Surrey finally on the third day of this match getting the opportunity to bat after bowling Northampton out for 357. Pick of the bowlers, Tom Laws 5 for 105 and 3 wickets for Jamie Overton, 2 in 2 balls. Yesterday a wicket apiece for Jordan Clark, Dan Worrell, but it was all about Karen Nair and that partnership with Tom Taylor. That is what's damaged Surrey's chances in this match so much. We'll find out how they respond in around about 6-7 minutes. So as you can see, Surrey's openers Burns and Sibley making their way out to the middle. This was not part of the plan when they won the toss 2 days ago, that they would start their first innings 2 days and 49 minutes after the toss by the time they get out there. But these are the cards that Surrey have been dealt, and it'll be fascinating to see how they respond.
Yeah, as you say, certainly wasn't in the brochure when Rory Burns won the toss.
Slate-based guys
2 mornings ago. Nonetheless, it does open up all kinds of intriguing permutations for this cricket match, and there was a slight air of inevitability when you looked at the fixtures and you saw that this was Surrey's final home game, and that they were already, as you say, 18 points ahead and playing Northamptonshire, who are on their uppers somewhat, especially after their defeat last week against Warwickshire. And it's a credit to the visitors, but also to the tournament as well, that it's played out in such a way that now, as you say, tactically, strategically, fascinating to see how they go here.
Well, it's almost impossible to see how Surrey can win the championship in this round. There is a way. They go beyond Northants, potentially bowl them out, or get bowled out around about parity. First ball, and Sanderson will be bowling it. So, I mean, look, I suppose there are ways. There's enough overs left in this game for Surrey to either bat really well, go ahead of Northants, put Northants back in, or end up bowling at Northants around about, soon after lunch tomorrow. Clatter of wickets, that's possible.
Yeah.
Another way is Surrey get bowled out, conceding a lead of, maybe 100 or so, and then bowl out Northants. First run down to long leg. Rory Burns is underway. He's had a torrid old time this summer, but he has shorn his hair.
Yes.
Will it be the reverse Samson? That's the hope for Surrey fans.
We've all been wondering that. It did feel like a cathartic moment.
There is Rory Burns' hair being removed. A lot of it. And it's taking some gardening shears to get through it.
Yeah, he's not looked especially out of rhythm, out of nick. He's looked good often for 20-odd, 30-odd, and then it's just not quite happened for him. I think it's been a slog of a season for him as well.
It's a slog for that hairdresser as well. Look. It's not easy. Oh, beaten on the outside edge. Sanderson with this new ball. 4 slips in place. And let's not forget that Northants have got an outside chance of escaping here. It's very outside because they've got to beat Surrey here. As you see that replay, a little bit of shape. They've got to beat Surrey, they've got to beat Essex. Now that's a tall task for any county, a county that sits rooted to the bottom of the table. With only 1 win all season is a particularly tall order. Oh, again beaten. Just got a little bit wider of the crease, I think, there. On that occasion, Sanderson.
Yeah, I'm not sure Sibley pushed out too far, giving the benefit of the doubt there, but he's playing outside his eye line defensively to extra cover there, and no real need for it at this point. We know what Sanderson does. The most accurate medium pacers in the country. He's got an outstanding record across many years, of course.
First time I saw him was at Wantage Road in 2015. And I still think of him as a relatively young bowler. That's 8 years ago. It was against the Australians in one of the most remarkable games of cricket I have ever watched. During the Ashes tour, Adam Collins, Jeff Lemon, myself and Elizabeth Ammon were sent by Adam Mountford, the BBC TMS producer, to commentate this tour match. And we were quite excited. We'd never worked together, Collo, Jeff and I. And it was on Sports Extra, early in our broadcasting, if you can call it careers. Is it a career?
At a push.
Burgling a living, really. And so, just the 1 run off that first over. Surrey won without loss. And the first day was rained off, and it was then that we thought it was a horrible, horrible wet day in Wantage Road. Not the best place to be rained on, to be brutally honest with you. In the, let's say, different kind of facilities that you get there from, here at the Oval. I find them rather charming, actually. I rather like there's a sort of primary school feel to those steps that go up to the media centre at Wantage Road.
It's a very evocative ground.
It's a very evocative ground. It's got some great little media boxes, lovely wooden doors.
Yeah.
And first day those rained off, and suddenly the reality of our life choices came flooding over us. Thinking, oh really? It's now a 2-day game, which no one will care about. Well, what do we know? Cricket has a habit of confounding and bewildering, does it not? And on that first day, Northants, they were in the process of being skittled, but sort of relatively slowly skittled.
Right.
Sort of like 140 odd for 7. You
Yep.
know. You think, what is it? I mean, is this ever going to be an actual game ever? Northants did what all counties do. They rested their bowlers. They kept in it, their batters mostly. They then followed one of the most remarkable innings I've ever seen. Stephen Crook, formerly of Middlesex.
Yep.
And he then played one of the most staggering hundreds you've ever
I remember
witnessed.
this.
But when he was on about 90, ninth wicket fell, and his wife Tamsin was herring to the ground because she was listening in. And, you know, we were going, he's done it, he's smashed. Who was I think it was Mitchell Stark, it might have been, or something of that time. He was whacking him for 4s and 6s. It was the most extraordinary display. And suddenly the ninth wicket goes down, and Tamsin's going to the ground, and she sees, I think it was Ben Sanderson, walking out to bat in a pair of black trainers with his shirt hanging down. He looked for all the world like, you know, a mate making up the numbers. And he didn't look like he was particularly going to fancy the express pace of these now very angry Australians, because Stephen Crook, of course, is half Australian himself. And he was actually still eligible to play for Australia, Colo, in that way that Colo does.
Yep, indeed.
Was obviously trying to get him picked for the next Test match.
The kingmaker.
That's right. And anyway, cut a long story short, he gets over the line. He gets to his 100. He keeps going a bit. And Sanderson and Richard Gleeson was playing very, very
Good
early
bowler
on in his career. Yep. But they were very much second teamers or coming from club cricket at that stage in their careers. They saw him to his 100. It was a lovely, lovely spectacle. Crowd went berserk. It's a nice shot from Burns, just bringing the single though. And we spent the evening with him in the pub, and you know, he was obviously riding a high. It was like a career moment for him. Then what followed was even more bizarre. Northants ran through Australia, and suddenly people were scrabbling around for the rule book. Went, oh no, the follow-on target's only 100 behind.
2-day game.
2-day game, and Australia was suddenly in very serious danger of being asked to follow on. So about 7 or 8 down
Against Northants
against
fifths.
Northants fifths, yeah. And Northants went, oh, actually. They rather took the foot off the gas, put on some second string bowlers, allowed Australia to get past the follow-on target so they could shake hands and leave an hour early.
Yeah, of course.
But there was a very serious danger that this 2-day game was about to be one of the more dramatic and lengthy 2 days you could wish to see. Well, it was a very fond memory, that. And Richard Gleeson and Ben Sanderson were a very important part of that, alongside the mighty Stephen Crook, who's retired, of course, from cricket now.
He once did a music review column for a magazine I used to edit years
Did
back.
he?
Yeah. Yeah.
He was into his music.
I think it was Matt Walker picked out films from the month, and Stephen Crook picked out albums.
Wow. Oh, no ball. Signalled, so another 2 to the score. He's an urbane chap, isn't he?
Yeah.
Stephen, lovely fella.
Absolutely. And just in the here and now, 64 wickets between Sanderson and Jack White this year. Standout bowlers, really, and Jack White has managed 40 of them. Very tidy returns indeed, just averaging 27 for his wickets, 24 to Ben Sanderson, but there's not much more after those two statistically.
Oh, that's a beauty from Sanderson. He has pace, he has bounce, crucially.
But we were saying yesterday, Yas and I, that this kind of track you would think would be to their liking. We saw how effective Tom Laws was, similar components, kind of bowler that hits the seam, isn't express quick, but gets that mysterious lift and nip and all of that off the pitch. And somebody like Ben Sanderson, who's been bowling on tracks like this forever and a day, he might just enjoy himself out there.
So what you're saying is that this spell, his first 12 to 14 overs of Surrey's innings, you'd expect a certain degree of circumspection from the Surrey openers and hope that they could cash in a little bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely that. But again, it feeds into this kind of tantalising suite of options.
You're loving it, aren't you?
Yeah, because it didn't really occur to me coming in, the value of the draw, because you've kind of forgotten about that a little bit in cricket. And especially with this Surrey side that is so front foot orientated and they don't really play draws and they chase anything down. And I came in here today playing out various scenarios in my mind how Surrey could win, even if they did fall away in the first innings, or if they went deliberately hard and were prepared to sacrifice a couple of bonus points. But I think you're right. You know, I think you've maybe trod these balls for longer than I, Daniel, and you recognise that with 2 days to go here, that a draw has great value to them.
Shot. Lovely shot, wasn't it? Beautiful. Little over pitch from Sanderson with the first boundary of the innings, running up towards Lee Fortis's hut there.
You did say you struggled to see how they can win this championship this week. I'm not so sure about that personally, because I think Hampshire, they've got a good batting lineup at Chelmsford, and Essex have made good runs there against a decent bowling side. Abbas is playing, Barker's playing, Kyle Abbott's playing, Liam Dawson's playing, and they made 450. So it's a tall ask for Essex to take 20 wickets. They'd have to enforce the follow-on. It'd have to happen quickly.
I'll bring you news from that game in a moment. Yes, I think the reason why I see it as tricky is that the only way it can happen is well, there are three scenarios. I'm sorry about this. It's turning into the Spanish Inquisition, isn't it?
It's good.
There are three scenarios.
It's good stuff.
One is Hampshire win. That is extremely unlikely. And Surrey draw, extremely unlikely, because they've got to get past 447 and beyond and then take 10 Essex wickets. Or they draw and Surrey win.
Which is very much on the table.
It is. Is it? Well, we'll see about that. More thoughts on that. Adam Collins is going to come in just very quickly. Just a reminder for all of you at home, so you can sort out your day. Lunch is going to be at 1:40 today. It is a fixed ceremony today, as is tea, because we're making up overs. So tea will be at 3:30. Lunch 12:40. Tea at 3:30. More from you, Phil, and then it'll be Adam Collins.
Yeah. So, according to my updated scorecard from Chelmsford, Hampshire have gone swimmingly. So up to now, 15 overs into their innings, 35 for no loss.
Hello, Phil. I was enjoying that scenario building from Daniel there.
Yeah,
I haven't quite got my head around the what is required of Surrey next week if this moves to a draw, which you'd say is the most likely scenario with the time we have left. It would take something pretty special from Surrey batting second and fourth to manufacture a result from here. Although, with the depth they have with the bat, anything's possible.
Yeah, so if it plays out conventionally from here, Surrey pick up something in the region of 12 points for a draw, assuming that they'll get up to around 350. So it might be 4 bonus points, it might be 3 bonus points with the bat, and you get 5 bonus points for the draw, 5 points outright for the draw.
Yep.
So you're going around 12.
Yep.
If Essex win, they get 22. The deficit was 18 for Essex initially at the start of this week, and so you're taking 10 points off that deficit. So then Surrey would be 7 or 8 points ahead going into that final round. Then it gets even more spooky and interesting.
Oh, it sure does. Ooh. Extra movement there back off the seam from White. So just to clarify, when we went into the round this week, Surrey was 17 points clear of Essex, not 18. So it would
that's Daniel Norcross's fault, because I said 17. He corrected me.
That's okay. 183 to 166 before we began the week. So you would think that if this, as you say, a 12-pointish draw for Surrey and a win for Essex that sees them claim, well, they didn't claim, they got 3 batting points.
Yep.
They weirdly didn't have a dart at 400 before 110 yesterday. It was well played. Nicely worked by Sibley, who gets off the mark from his 9th delivery out towards deep mid-wicket for a boundary. Just worked off the pads, as he's done hundreds of times over the years. It's his most productive stroke, 12 without loss. So if Essex get, as you'd expect, all of the bowling points that they have at their disposal, so 6 on top of the win. Just trying to work out what that would narrow the gap to. You can do that for me, Phil.
Well, I'm in the midst of a sneezing fit at the moment, Adam. Apologies for that. Yeah, the hay fever has returned in
this time of year, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So I think that'd be a 22-pointer if Essex got the job done.
Yeah,
my maths are correct.
Exactly that.
A 22-pointer and a 12 for Surrey leaves, yeah, as you say, 10. So that takes it back to 7 going into the final round, which would mean Surrey
would need to force a win.
Well, yeah, if they drew, then they're leaving too much in the hands of the gods. Because even a draw where they claimed, say,
even a maximum point
draw
still leaves it with Essex.
Still Essex if they have a conventional win, right?
Because you can go 4 and 4 and 5.
Yep.
So 13 points, but if Essex were to win, that would be 22 points.
What about a low-scoring win? A win where they...
Well, indeed. And
at the end of the over, I should say, 4 gone, 12 without loss. The minimum overs remaining today are 96, owing to the fact that we lost all of that time yesterday. The home side still trailing by 345. So the scenario where Essex have a low-scoring win, let's say they only claim one batting point. Let's go 1 batting point, or even none. Then they'll still get their 3 bowling points in that world. But then you got kind of a 20-pointer.
Indeed.
And if Surrey end up with a 12 or a 13-point draw, I'm just getting to the stage where I'm about to say the scores could be level.
That's what Daniel just said.
A 20 versus 13 week next week. You could not rule it out. And then...
Oh, it would be delectably cricket. If Essex and Surrey are almost inseparable, really, for the last few years.
I really should know the answer to this, but I don't. I'm going to put it to you. In that event, is there a tie-breaking mechanism, or do they do that, or is it the shared trophy?
Shared pennant.
Shared pennant, which hasn't happened too often. I know Lancashire had a shared pennant in there somewhere.
Yep.
Well bowled there from Sanderson to start his fresh over from the pavilion end, because Lancs, when they won the comp in 2011, it was their first outright win for so long, but they'd had a split
back in the 30s. That was, that's right. Yep. He's bowled brilliantly. Well, certainly probingly up until now. Ben Sanderson just bowled that 1 4-ball that was clipped through mid-wicket from Rory Burns, but aside from that, he's been bang on the money. He's beaten Sibley's outside edge more than once, and he's just whispered one past Burns there as well.
He's got the 4 waiting slips. Burns does well to let this go. Yeah, he's had an interesting season, Sanderson. He's been I suppose he's still the attack leader based on his status as the senior pro, but held back a little bit by knee problems. Never bad enough to keep him out of the 11. Yeah, was the senior of the 2 with White last year, but White's been the more productive of the Northamptonshire quicks this year. Had a few thumb issues as well, Sanderson, but he was brilliant against Warwickshire. Hat-trick early on in the 4th innings and nearly got them to an unexpected victory after setting that game up. And again, past the edge while bowled. Really good over this, using that angle round the wicket.
Yeah, the challenge is when Jack White and Ben Sanderson have to rest up after this new ball spell, because statistically at least there's not been an enormously fruitful follow-up across the season.
Well, falls away, doesn't it? Taylor's got 14 at 50 or something like that.
Tom Taylor's taken 14, yeah, at a tick under 50, and he's your next best wicket taker, or next highest wicket taker. So yeah, a lot on these two really.
The best this year for Sanderson A 5 for 42. That was last week in the second dig, which included the hat-trick. But often tough when leading an attack when there aren't many runs on the board. We've spoken at length about the troubles Northampton have had batting in the first innings, which made their 357 here all the more impressive.
Yeah, exactly that. And they're attacking here, 4 slips and a backward point as well. They're fancying this.
Again, that's the one that's just come back off the same real-time feedback here. Nakul Pandey sent me a text listening in. I think he's here today somewhere. There have been 3 split championships. 1949, Middlesex and Yorkshire. 1950, Lancashire and Surrey, so consecutive seasons. That's something.
1950.
And then 1977 with Kent and Middlesex. I quite like that, the fact that there is the provision for joint title holders, you know, modern cricket and the desire for a conclusive result, super overs and so on. Again, that's a top over from Sanderson. High quality maiden, 5 gone, 12 without loss. That there's still room in it. I know that the draw in some sports is frowned upon. The football code that I follow back in Australia, whenever there's a draw, people, I should play extra time. Whereas the purists like me are like, well, if they've played 120 minutes of footy in a high-scoring game and the scores are level, so be it.
Yeah.
And this is as high-scoring as you can get in terms of the amount of points that teams gather across a 6-month season.
Yeah, there's always an air of poetry around the county game, right? We can't escape it. It's part of the reason why we love the thing so much, and there would be something so sublime about beginning a campaign in early April, finishing it in the last week of September and shaking hands on a draw.
Shout! Finger stays down, just sliding down the leg side, I fancy, from our vantage point.
That was my first impression as well, Adam.
Although he did shuffle across his stumps as is Sibley's way, so a couple of things to consider here. Was there too much movement? Possibly height, maybe even impact outside the line. Either way, the decision goes the way of the Surrey opener.
Yeah, I think there was just a few too many variables. Fair enough decision to keep the finger in the pocket there. One of those, though, with DRS, it might have been interesting for the top of leg stump. Nonetheless, fair decision.
Oh, and again, but that isn't quite so vociferous. White pulled out of the appeal. He's taken 40 wickets at 27 through the season. He's had a better year than that. A lot of drop catches, and the Cricketer had an article on their website last week saying he's the unluckiest bowler in the country, Jack White, on the basis that the Corden have kind of let him down. Really relies on that consistency and nip.
Yeah, he stood this seam attack up really for much of the year. 1 or 2 have leapt from the seam from this end, actually, from the JM Finn stand end as we look at it.
Nice rhythmical approach. It's the first time for a couple of years he's not really had an injury niggle through the season either, so he's been fit and firing throughout from April through to September. He was originally sort of plucked when playing grade cricket in Australia. Former bowling coach Phil Rose saw him bowling with the Kookaburra in club cricket and thought he might be a decent shout given he was playing club cricket in Kendall, and one thing led to another and he was signed up on professional terms. 31-year-old making the most of that here.
How do you think Surrey go about this, Adam? Over the course of the day, do you think they put it to the back of their mind and play and assess it at tea, or do you think they will have a relatively conscious game plan from
If
here?
I were Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark and Tom Laws, who took 5 wickets in the first innings, I would be thinking, well, we've bowled out teams in the second innings so cheaply here through the season. Warwickshire a couple of weeks ago, Kent, another that stands out in the memory. If you were effectively an international quality attack, Jamie Overton as well, you'd think if you give us 50 overs second time around with the incentive there, extra bounce there taken on the way up, they'd be right to back themselves. And to that end, it might be one of those where this can often be the case when bowling third. I mean, there's the disadvantage of batting second as far as trying to set a game up with less time, but you've always got it in your gift as the team batting second to pull out prematurely. And I know we've already gone through the bonus point situation, but batting aggressively and declaring behind or getting bowled out in the pursuit of as many batting points as possible may not be the worst thing, just to keep the game moving. Two maidens on the trot, 13 for none. Northants bowling well here to begin. So yeah, I sort of ponder whether that might be in their mind as well, whether they can get to a situation where, if you press fast forward to say 250, where might they be at 250 or 300? And what opportunity might that give them on an extended day where no rain is forecast, as best as I can tell, on a 104 over day? Might they still get 20 of them to bowl later?
Yeah. If this was a mid-season game, then I think Surrey would be thinking it's all on for us here. We can even declare 70 odd, 80 odd behind and see where we get to.
Yeah.
But the bonus points element muddies the waters.
Does a little bit.
That said, this is Surrey. They never take a backward step. Fascinating to see how they go.
Yeah, I think this is where Andrew Sampson's point about batting points starting 50 runs too late folds in as well. Like if the batting point started at 200 and cycled up to 400, then you could see a world where they have a dart at 300 as quickly as possible. I mean, I know they're starting conservatively here against the new ball on a tricky surface, but that will be of interest, or whether they back themselves next week to do all of the heavy lifting down at the Rose Bowl, which is never easy against that attack, even if Hampshire have gone round for a few today. Phil, you're jumping out.
Yep.
Welcoming Chris Taylor to the expert chair here, who's here at the club working as the Surrey head of talent pathway. So I'm thinking kind of the old school academy director, as I welcome you to my left. Sanderson starts afresh over here, left alone.
Thanks very much. Good to be here.
What a great gig, working with the talent that Surrey have coming down the pipeline, an academy that's spoken of so often, and you have the chance to sort of move the chess pieces there and bring through the next generation of Surrey superstars.
Absolutely. So I took the role on about 18 months ago. Gareth Townsend was in place for a long time before that. So the academy was very well established. And it's given me the opportunity just to try and understand the big beast that it is, and hopefully make a few changes for the better. So kind of just tweak the setup slightly, things like relation of players to coaches, etc., just so that we're trying to develop the very best of the Surrey young players.
How many people would you consider, or how many players would be in that pathway with you at the moment on that journey?
So the boys' pathway will be just over 500 players from 10s to 18s. You can imagine the huge catchment area that is Surrey. So the talent pool is vast. So we've got about just over 500 boys on the programme.
And the talent ID process, you say it starts at age 10, but how many people do you have working, I guess, beneath you out in clubland, trying to work out who might be a right fit to be in a more elaborate program?
So we've got 4 or 5 full-time members of staff that are actively involved in that, and then we rely a huge amount on the Surrey network, the Surrey network of schools and clubs. It's a vastly competitive area with cricket in mind. So we rely on as many of those stakeholders as possible to not just inform us, but to help develop the players, because the contact time for a young cricketer, they'll spend more time with their club and at school than they will with us. So it's a vital clog.
And it must be so different to how it was in previous generations, right, where players were kind of plucked from club cricket and thrown into a second 11 game, sink or swim, whereas now you provide them with the tools for success.
Absolutely, yeah. The development of the players is, as I said, from 10s upwards. 10s, trying to get them involved in cricket, enjoying it. The talent ID at that stage is difficult, because a 10-year-old sportsman a 10-year-old sportsman can show various signs of athletic ability, and as the program progresses and the older they get, the talent ID becomes a bit more refined. And 15, 16, 17s is obviously where you feel like you've got a good piece of info on the players and their journey moving forward.
Yeah, right. Because there are a lot of 12 and 13-year-olds who look like they're going to be future England internationals and so on, but for whatever reason, they get overtaken along the way, and being nimble enough, I suppose, to work out the later developers. Of whom we see sometimes it's the later developers, isn't it, who don't show anything till they're, the guys that don't make England 19s or don't end up playing in the higher profile regional stuff, who end up coming through as early 20s and are still able to be stars at this level.
Yeah, I think one of the downsides of our program, not just Surrey, nationally, I think we make decisions on the players far too early. Mm-hmm. If it could be extended a bit, because ultimately we're making a decision on an 18-year-old. If I look back to when I was 18, I didn't necessarily have the tools to cope with a lot of things.
Right.
And so it feels like making a decision at that point is tough. But part of the system really. We encourage our academy graduates to, if they're not going to university immediately, to maybe go off to Australia, play some good grade cricket over there, which is kind of an extension of the program. Mm-hmm. We certainly feel if a young English cricketer goes over to Australia and performs and does well, then it holds them in good stead when they come back, a year or two later.
One area that's been explored in a lot more depth in the last decade or so has been the emotional maturity of young men and women growing up, and how that informs the types of professional athletes they might be. How much of your job is now focused on that side of a cricketer's development?
Well, the mental side, emotional side is, as we know with cricket, is a huge part of the game. Difficult really, because you're dealing with young adolescents that are very guarded. They want to puff their chest out and whatnot. So you have to be very, very careful of that journey. What you find.
What bowl there from White, just again round the wicket, standing it up off the seam. This is hard work for Burns and Sibley early on.
What you find is the more mature physically players, they get looked at in a different light really. Maybe one or two of the bigger players in their age group, you start treating them as if they're a year or two older, just because they're physically. But you shouldn't forget the emotional side of things as well. So it's a delicate balancing act. Do we get it right all the time? No, of course we don't. But we try and have the individual at the heart of all our decision making more often than not.
Maiden complete, 8 overs gone, 15 without loss. I've got Chris Taylor with me, who's the head of the talent pathway here at Surrey. There's been a lot of research over the years as well into what you're describing there, just bigger kids who are born at the right part of the year, so that even though they might only be, they're in the same age bracket as their peers, they might be 11 months older, and at age 10 or 11 or 12 that can make all the difference as far as standing out.
Absolutely. the old September birthday.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, right?
That's right. There's been a huge amount of studies gone through every sport. September babies, they go on to represent their country, probably because they're just physically more developed in their year group,
and where they get that dedicated focus that would come under your banner a lot earlier, and thus it's kind of like compound interest for them.
We try and a lot of counties, we tend not to go into it too much. A lot of counties have looked at the maturation data of their players, age, height, weight, parents' information, to try and almost crystal ball predict where they might be.
Okay.
I think we do it really well here in that we will understand the attributes of a smaller cricketer. If they shapes up well with the bat, maybe doesn't have the power to hit through the infield or hit over the top, but we feel like we've got a good eye for a young player in that sense. Ollie Pope springs to mind. Obviously wasn't in the system when he was coming through, but he was tiny for a large part. But the coaches at the time saw a fantastic cricketer there. He maybe didn't score as many runs as the other lads were doing at the time, because he didn't have the physical stature of the others. but everyone could see the type of cricketer he'd develop into.
And the like for like there, I suppose, is Ian Bell, a generation earlier, who was playing professional cricket at 17 or whatever it was, but was seen as a prodigy, not because he was a big boy clubbing it, but because he looked technically so pure at that age.
And that kind of throws up the dilemma of kind of selection and judgment of players and things like that, because it's not one size fits all. You look at statistics, but statistics don't necessarily tell you a huge part of the story. You look at coach's judgment, gut feel, all those things. So it all kind of gets thrown into the pot. All gets thrown into the pot before a decision is kind of ultimately made in the squads moving forward, etc.
Young players aren't immune to the wider direction of travel in cricket, I'm certain. The riches that are available in short form cricket, the way that international fixturing is changing as a consequence, franchise cricket and so on. I mean, do you see that firsthand with players at those sort of formative years, 15, 16, 17, where they are tailoring their game to become players who could potentially go on to earn an awful lot of money as white ball players, as opposed to thinking more about being in the first team here in 4-day cricket?
Absolutely.
That's a beauty from Sanderson.
Absolutely. There'll be players that are actively thinking, I would prefer to go down the T20 route now, and that's it, 16, 17, 18 years old. So it's a balancing act for us as I suppose coaches of these players, because you want to give them the freedom to explore and to, they want to replicate Will Jack whacking the ball and Jason Roy whacking the ball out of the oval. And they need those skills now. Young cricketers need those skills, but you also need to have the fundamentals of the game so that you can come out here and
and again, as he found the edge, a shout from the bowler. Sanderson's convinced. McManus is as well, but the umpire is not. 1 run from the over. We'll need a second look at that to see.
They all went up.
What went on there? It was one of those,
maybe?
celebra peel from the bowler. Don't particularly like those, but we'll see again. That's back pad could be where the noise was from.
Yeah. Burns looks pretty confident in his walk away.
Might have a better chance here, so it's on that angle again and straightened up, and I think most likely is that's kissed to the back pad or maybe the back pocket. Just a faint noise, and the decision going the way of Rory Burns.
So it's a real balancing act with the young players, because they want to replicate the international scene, and they want to whack the ball and play all the funky shots, but they also need the fundamentals to actually come out here and survive against a new ball. So it's the development of the players is really interesting at the moment.
One more angle here. The other noise it could have been. Is it possible that's just grazed the bail? I don't think it has, but that's the other possibility. In any case, Burns is still there. Yeah, I'm interested in that idea of players at a young age. Again, past the edge. Northampton all over it here. Great start with the ball. Whether they're... I know Mike Atherton has spoken and written about, and others too, but he just springs to mind, as the fundamentals of red ball cricket being important to expand upon as a white ball cricketer. Whether if players pull the white ball lever too early, whether they miss a little bit in their development.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Because the skills required to hit the ball out of the oval, a lot of those fundamentals will be trained through a traditional red ball type of position. So good strong positions, ability to move forward and back in the crease. Nice still head position, picking the bat up. So absolutely, and it's as I said, it's kind of you give them a bit of freedom, and then you kind of pull them back in and you try and tighten them up again, and then you again give a bit more freedom and tighten the ball back up again. Similar with the seamer. Very quickly now we go to back of the hand slower balls, off cutters, leg cutters and things like that. Well, ultimately, let's not neglect the ability to run up and have a good strong action and hit a consistent length.
Right, having a solid stock delivery,
basically,
right? Old schools, and then, to say.
And then from that, certainly explore the the funky nature of things.
Of course, not just the men as well, the women under your tutelage, and some of them will be playing right now in the in the it's the semi-final. It's called the playoff at Beckenham between the South East Stars and the Blaze. So the Stars falling under Surrey's banner. So the winner of this will play the Vipers in the final at Northampton on the 24th of September on the weekend. And the Stars have elected to bat first, but a bad start. They're 63 for 4 in the 16th over. You'll be able to keep an eye on that. Have a second screen going, a second tab on the South East Stars YouTube channel, so you can watch us and watch the women concurrently. At the moment, it is where are we? Alexa Stonehouse. She opened up. She's 20, still there for 38 deliveries, batting with Ailish Cranston, who's on 6. But yes, Kira Chatley out the second ball. The wicket keeper Bryony Smith, the captain, out for 21 from the bowling of Kirsty Gordon, England international. Alice Capsey, the superstar England player, also out bowled to Groves for 5. So in some early strife. And for the Blaze, who finished in second position, they missed the chance to qualify automatically for the final when losing to the Vipers on the weekend. 1 for 28 for Grace Ballinger, 2 for 11 for the spinner Kirsty Gordon, and Josie Groves has 1 for 12. So follow both games concurrently through the course of the day. Us here at the Kia Oval, and the women, the South East Stars, over at Beckenham. So with the women's program, now we're touching on that. How many young girls have you got coming through? Is it a similar age bracket, or do you start them a bit later?
So similar. So Catherine Robinson is our kind of girls lead, so she leads on the girls program, and it's a slightly different, obviously with the South East Stars, it's a slightly different pathway than the boys. The boys pretty much goes from 10s through to 18s, and then hopefully into the professional game. Obviously with the South East Stars being the kind of the regional hub, the girls program. South East Stars now have an academy and an EPP or EPG program. So the girls, when they get to 14, 15, 16, if they're showing any sign of promise, they kind of just jump onto the South East Stars program,
right?
As opposed to the Surrey Girls, Surrey Ladies program. So it's the boys program is just over 500. The girls program is growing year on year. The girls and women's cricket is growing. It's growing fantastically well. So our program is less than the boys program. But it's certainly on the growth.
Yeah, the investment in the women's game and how many more professional women are getting an opportunity, that's the price signal, isn't it? And I guess the other factor is that ACE started here at Surrey, the ACE program with Ebony Rainford Brent over in the Barrington Indoor Centre. And the types of players that Surrey now have as that ball beats the outside edge again of Burns, Sanderson's.
Yeah, there's a lot of
retreat here. That's it, straightened up off the seam, not far away at all, with 4 slips waiting as well. So the players you're getting that now enter your program that would have been a million miles from it simply due to the lack of structure until a few years ago.
That's right, and we're just about to launch our sixth form program, so State School sixth form program, headed by Judy Wallace, which again is another fantastic initiative. Following the ICC report that was published, the whole of cricket took a bit of a hit, obviously, and the state and public school system was certainly highlighted. So we've now got a sixth form program, so young aspiring cricketers in the state sector can do a cricket course at school.
Yeah. And is that really changing the profile? Like the profile of players that are coming through here, I know you've been there 18 months, but from what you've learnt, the intelligence you've gathered, is it changing the profile of the types of players that would come through at 14, 15, 16?
In time.
Okay.
At the moment, it's heavily, the public school system in Surrey is huge. Is huge, and so a lot of our players do gravitate and come from those types of schools. With the ACE program and now the sixth form program, I'd like to think when they start to bed in that you'll start to see a multiple of avenues that kind of lead into the pathway. Those sixth form programs will kick off in September, and a young cricketer. Obviously the ultimate goal would be going to professional cricket, but I think the sixth form program will highlight that there are other jobs in cricket other than being a player.
Right.
So they'll during their, as well as their education, they'll be maybe do a groundsman's course, scorer's course. Spend time here with you in the commentary box. Look at the office and how the business side of cricket is run. Umpiring, scorers, all these things. So the program is to give them, yes, a playing program, but also some form of educational basis that just highlights the other avenues available in cricket.
As I head over to Yas Rana for the first time today, quick recap. Northants were all out for 357 early today. Kieran Nair, the last man out for 150. It completed Tom Law's 5-wicket bag, 5 for 105 for him. And in reply, Surrey 16 for none after 11. So slow going with the openers Sanderson and White getting an awful lot right. We're going to leave it with Chris Taylor, who's with us here from the Surrey Pathway, head of performance. And following me will be Yas Rana for the next half an hour.
Cheers, Colo. Sibley and Burns doing what they so often do, blunting the new ball threat from the Northants bowlers. Surrey now 16 for none after 11 overs, 4 slips still in play for Northants. Chris, I want to ask, there was a segment on Sky Sports towards the end of last summer where Mo Bobat and David Court from the ECB were on sort of explaining what their role is with England, and there was one segment where they put on screen a depth chart and they had a very clear idea of who are the players not currently playing for England who are going to fill certain gaps in the future. I remember Jamie Smith was on that list, and he was touted as a possible future wicketkeeper, even though at the time he wasn't. I don't think he was even in Surrey's Red Bull team. Sibley guides that towards the deep third region, picks up 4, moves on to 10. Surrey 20 for naught. And I wonder, how does it work here at Surrey? So when players get towards the end of their time in the academy and are making their first forays into the first team, so someone like Tom Laws, for example, he's made a seamless integration to the first team. When they're 17, 18, 19, are you talking closely with Gareth Batty about how you see someone getting into the first team? What certain roles do you identify that there's someone in the pathway who in 2 years' time might fill a certain role in the first team? How does that work?
Yeah, kind of loosely. The professional department has a huge interest in the pathway. They see Alex Stewart's a big believer that he wants 60% of the squad to be homegrown players. Gareth Batty has a vested interest in the pathway and the academy players, because they're obviously the closest to making that step up. It's not done in a kind of a jigsaw piece such way as you've described there, because any player of promise, we're trying to develop and get them to a standard of hopefully.
Big shout.
Just sliding, I think.
Yeah, White was definitely interested. Umpire remains unmoved.
So we, the goal of the pathway is to have players come through the pathway and play first-class cricket.
Have a look at the replay here. Yeah, maybe a bit leg side, but also Sibley's quite a long way down, starting outside his crease, and there's a big stride forward as well, and hit him above the knee roll.
So if we've got 2 or 3 batters that are of particular strength.
Another big appeal. Sibley offering no shot, not out again. White has a word with Sibley. We'll have a look at the replay here. 2 big appeals and 2 deliveries from White. This one really angling in again. I think it's height. Sibley's starting outside of his ground. That's got to be hitting below the knee roll.
Decision. Let's take a batter for instance. A batter of promise. If they come in, ultimately, if the squad is here is so strong. If there doesn't seem to be an avenue in, and that player goes off and plays for Middlesex, or obviously not ideal situation, but from the pathways point of view, that's a success, because a player has come through the Surrey system and is playing first-class cricket. Ultimately, you want all of your players to come through and represent Surrey. So the players, it's not like the jigsaw piece that you've alluded to there with the depth, but there is certainly a vested interest in all the players coming through. And now you see the wider opportunities that are coming through, not just from second team cricket, but 50 over cricket. If the format stays the same with the 100, etc., then I would imagine you'd see a situation where a lot more kind of younger 18, 17-year-olds are playing in that 50 over format as well. But no, there's the link between the two is very strong. Any second team position that comes up, the decision is always to look at the pathway, look at the academy, the under 18s first, before looking outside for another player.
Another appeal stifled this time. So when you see someone like Luke Griffiths, he made his debut obviously in the One Day Cup, now playing with England under 19, amazing England under 19s Test match of the day against Australia. Taylor continues. I've always wondered how do England pick under 19 squads, because there's not that much cricket that under 19 players play that a lot of people will see. So how are those selections made? How someone like Luke picked under 19 level?
So at the start of the year, we each region we get asked to nominate. So there's a Super Fours competition. So kind of best 4 regions, best v best at Loughborough. They play some T20 cricket, some 50 over cricket. So at the start of the year, all the pathway leads will be asked for some nominations for that. So we will sit down and I'll nominate Luke and explain the reasons why, his strengths, etc., along with a number of other players. And then the ECB will take that big long list of players and they will scout them. So they will send people out to go and watch them play under 18 cricket. If they're playing twos cricket at the start of the year, so there will be people at most games watching, and then it's very similar to how they select the national side. Really, the squads get smaller and smaller. Decisions are made on players, ultimately into a team which they feel is the right one to play against the opposition they're playing against, Australia. So they'll look at the type of seamers they want, what kind of spinners they're looking for. So it's a very thorough process, but ultimately starts with nominations from the pathway, because we obviously get to see them more than the selectors will do, and they also ask you to confirm or to back up an opinion that someone else is. So I'll be asked my opinion on Middlesex and Sussex players that have been nominated, etc. So yes, it's a as you would imagine with the ECB, it's a very thorough process, and they the conversations I'm asked to be a part of, they were looking at things like conditions, the squad that they're taking over to India or Sri Lanka. They'll try and pick a squad which mirrors England in many respects and the type of cricket they want to play, and then they obviously find a 19-year-old or 18-year-old to fit that mould.
White continuing from the Vauxhall end, about to start his 7th over, 6 overs, none for 9 so far, still 4 slips in place. As we've got you on, I wanted to ask you a few questions about fielding.
Okay.
How so much of cricket now is quantified, and data analysis is seeping in, not into just how teams prepare, but also in the analysis of the game, in terms of like if you watch a game on Sky, for example, there's more and more data that's part of the broadcast. More and more written analysis includes data analysis. How can you quantify who the best fielders are?
Yes. There's obviously opinion will come down to it. But what you find now is more and more. So when I was a specialist fielding coach, I collected data. So I wanted to know how many times players were touching the ball, the standards, the quality of their throwing, ground fielding, etc. So what you find with most coaches now, most coaches will have a notepad and pen or some form of device to gather information. And fielding coaches, specialist fielding coaches, want that data, so they will collect it. And in that, you can write up fancy algorithms to quantify who's your best fielder in terms of, because a ball going down to fine leg, for instance, being picked up and thrown back in, that's information that you might use, but it's not the same as a diving stopping backward point. So, trying to piece together what's important, what's not. But yeah, there are a number of systems out there now that are starting to gather information. I suppose the next step would be to have the information displayed just like you would a normal scorecard. It's largely down to the individual coach really, and how much time and effort they want to put into it, or data they want to collect. I know the England side they collect a huge amount of fielding data, which would inform. I suppose it informs tactics. So where the ball's being hit, who's touching the ball more, because ultimately you want your best fielders in the hot spots. But also, some form of where the bowlers get hit. So we got wagon wheels and things like that, but that doesn't necessarily pick up the fielder or the fielding position.
Burns flicks that off his pads and pick up 4. His second boundary, moves on to 11. White into his 7th over now, just straying a little bit leg side to Burns. Sorry, moved to 25 for none. Yeah,
as with all data, it kind of backs up an opinion. Sometimes it throws an anomaly out there. I remember when I first started collecting information on T20 cricket, suddenly third man was one of the most important positions in the power play. And that's what the data was telling me.
Just in terms of frequency of the ball.
Well, and I was kind of like, it doesn't really make sense. And then, a fast bowler coming in, using their bouncer, ball gets. How often do you see the ball get either ramped or cut down to third man? Now again, the game's changed a lot, but traditionally that would be the bowler just kind of trying to prep himself for the next over, kind of maybe just having a conversation with the crowd, and then suddenly a chance comes down that way. So it tends to throw up anomalies like that. When I was a full-time fielding coach, it would shape the way we'd practice as well. So, the statistics would say, we're not hitting the stumps when we throw. We hit 2 out of 20, 2 out of 30. Okay, well, let's work on our stump hitting, which then goes into some technical work. Might be that it's showing you that your ground, when you go to ground, so you're diving, you're sliding, for instance, isn't that great. And it also just backs up a story to the player also. So if you go to the player and say we need to do some diving work, which is physically tough, and then you back it up with some info that these are your numbers, it just kind of fills the circle really.
Who do you say are the standout fielders in the world game?
Standout fielders in the world game, so I'm a huge fan of Jadeja in obviously the left-arm spinner from India. I think he's a fantastic fielder. From the England side, you have Will Jacks is an outstanding fielder. Jason Roy, Ben Stokes, his athleticism and things that he can do. Gone are the days where you were trying to hide 3 or 4 players. Now it's trying to work out how to utilise the expertise in your team. So you might start to look at strength of arm, pace across the ground. Are they shot stoppers? So can they extra cover mid-wicket? Or do you need someone who's lightning across the ground and has got a strong arm? Are they patrolling the boundary? So the standards gone through the roof in the last 10 years. I think T20 cricket has helped that for sure.
how much can you improve someone who might not have had as rigorous a fielding schooling, who also might not be the most naturally athletic or might not naturally have the best hand-eye coordination?
So everyone can improve. That's the start point. Everyone can improve. Now that can be done for a number of different ways. Even just by doing more of something, you'll see a natural improvement. But if my criticism of fielding coaching would be, if a player comes to you as a batter and is struggling to maybe hit the ball through the covers, pretty much most cricket coaches will look at front foot position, knee bend, head over the ball, hand position, follow through, etc. They'd have a lot of information. If you have a player that's maybe dropping the ball, dropping the high ball, the most common piece of advice you get from a coach is, well, watch the ball more, which isn't great advice, is it?
They're probably doing that anyway.
They're probably doing that. So it's it has. When I first got involved with it, it was a bit of a taboo subject, and I just spent time analysing, really. So what goes into a good catch? The posture, the position you get into, hand-eye, all these things. So I think the biggest gain for most fielders would be the attention to detail. So when you are practicing, yes, volume's a good thing, but also get into good habits. So work ethic now of players, they're very professional. They try to leave no stone unturned. So the attention to detail in the technical side of things is where you make your biggest gains. You're not going to be able to turn you're not going to make athletes all the time, because
gone. Taylor strikes in his second over. Sharp catch in the cordon. Taylor started really well, hitting a really probing line and length, and this time Burns, who'd been watchful, offers a chance to the cordon. He falls for 11. Surrey lose their first wicket, 26 for 1 at the end of the 15th over. Chris, just on how Northampton have bowled back to the game, they've been really, really tight here.
They have. There seems to be a decent amount of either swing or seam movement. It's unlucky there for Rory. I thought, it's obviously that classic get through the new ball type of wicket. And up until that point, they've been extremely watchful. So.
Yeah, just squared up a little bit. I'd like to see a replay of the catch. I think it was sharply taken in the cordon.
Yeah, it's a good ball. He's not really followed it there. Tough to see the skipper walking back. It was a good ball.
Just an update from Chelmsford. Hampshire are now 84 for 2 in their first innings in response to Essex's 447 for 9. Simon Harmer has recently dismissed Nick Gubbins for just 1. Earlier on in the piece, Paul Walter dismissed Toby Albert, LBW, for 39. Obviously Surrey fans will be keeping a very, very close eye on what goes on in Chelmsford over the next 2 days as Ryan Patel strides out to the middle. Surrey's number 3. I guess finally just on the fielding, Chris. Can you think of individual players who might not have been the elite fielders, but actually over their careers improved the most?
A tough question. Not off the top of my head in terms of an individual, but you see the growth in, and the science and medicine department here. So Darren Van Ness, Jim Allway, they play a huge part in the development of fielders also, because if you have a player that comes to you for fielding coaching and they are athletic, quick across the ground, coordinated in their movements, they're a far easier player to work with than someone who doesn't have that. So the SSC department here play a huge part in developing the players as athletes or athletic players, improving their athletic potential because they're so much easier to work with than someone who doesn't necessarily have those attributes. As I say, it's I think you'll not in the distant future, you'll see a situation where every player that comes into any environment is, they're athletic. Because the demands of the game and the small margins that everyone's operating to, you can't afford now to be carrying certain individuals. So, and that gets passed down throughout the pathway. So, we as well as developing cricketers throughout the pathway, we would also try and develop athletes. Now, they're never going to be ready for first-class cricket when they leave the academy, because they're still on a journey. They're still young individuals. But as close as we can get them to being ready to deal with the rigours that come with being a professional cricketer. So the Pathways S&C programme is very thorough.
Is that an area that do you think improved quite a lot over the last 5-10 years in terms of the amount of physical work that players on the Pathways are doing?
Yeah, and it's shot.
Proctor, straight, and Sibley, as we see so often, flicks it through mid-wicket. He'll pick up 3.
It's part of the assessment process with the players. So we're looking at them as cricketers. What's the standard of batting, seam, spin, keepers. But you're also making judgment on their athleticism. What are they like in the field? Because it's obviously a passion for mine. And when we're picking sides, there isn't a space now for players that are just one skilled anymore. If you are just a seamer, for instance, then you need to be a decent fielder also. You need to be able to work on your batting, because if you're trying to go into a professional squad, if I send a player through to the professional squad who can't field, the first thing I'm going to do is get it in the neck from the powers that be. So that becomes part of our selection process now, when we're making judgments on our young players. So the standard of the individual is improving year on year. Everything is taken into account, and their athleticism is up there with one of the most important decisions.
Chris, it's been a pleasure having you on, hearing about the pathway and hearing about elite fielding. I think replacing him will be Cameron Ponsonby.
Thanks very much.
For the next 45 minutes or so. Sorry, 29 for 1. Taylor continues from the pavilion end. Here's Cam Ponsonby, joins me to my left. Sibley, 15 off 47 so far. I think he's been really assured with his foot movement. Northampton bowled very well to him. Very, very few bad balls, as we saw in the last over. Sibley is, as always, is quick to punish anything that's too straight. There's been very little width offered. Really disciplined bowling. 3 or 4 slips in play at all time. Bit of width there from Taylor. Well left alone. Cam, what's the game plan for Surrey here?
Good question.
How closely do you think they'll be monitoring what's going on at Chelmsford, and do you think that will be informing what they try to do here?
I think the interesting, the bizarre quirk that Northamptonshire are benefiting from is that they're playing in this kind of miraculous fight for survival where they need everything to go right. As they play Surrey and they play Essex next week.
Sibley picks up 4 more.
And so there are going to be two consecutive fixtures where Northamptonshire basically can be involved in matches where it's in everyone's interest to manufacture a result. Now, with Surrey, there's only 2 days left. I'm kind of having to think and work this out loud in real time here. I don't think they'll concern themselves too much with what's going on with Chelmsford. I think Surrey have the option of, if they can even get to within kind of 70 or 80 runs of Northampton, then pulling the plug and then trying their best to take all 20 wickets.
Left alone again from Sibley.
Because that is, I remember the book done by Nathan Lehman, the old England analyst, and Ben Jones, who works at CricViz, kind of talking about the counterintuitive thought process of if you're on a road, if you're playing on a really flat wicket, you actually want to bowl first on it, because the maximum amount of time, your biggest problem in that game is taking 20 wickets. So you need to give yourself the maximum amount of time to do that, and when you can really force the game on is with the bat. So Surrey, through bowling first, have that advantage in this game. And so yes, you may go, right, well, logic dictates we want to get to parity and build a lead, but actually the real issue kind of preventing Surrey from finding victory here is those 10 more Northamptonshire wickets they need to take. So whether they can get to kind of close-ish by the end of today's play, and then put Northamptonshire back in, hope to try and roll them, and that's kind of, as far as I can tell, the only necessary real route to victory.
Straight again, good piece of fielding at square leg. Cuts off potential boundary to that short leg side boundary. End of the over, Surrey 33 for 1. We didn't really dwell on it at the time, but that flick through mid wicket from Sibley was a superb shot. Wasn't leg side at all, was actually picking it up from in and around off stump, maybe even outside off stumps, a little bit over pitch from Tom Taylor. And yeah, I've been really impressed by Northants actually. A really good start with the ball, really disciplined.
I'm always fascinated with a batter who is as selective as Dom Sibley. As you mentioned there, it wasn't particularly leg side. It wasn't like, to the naked eye or to the untrained eye, to us up here, there wasn't too much of a difference of why that was the delivery that prompted the kind of the call that prompted the response, as it were. When it's a leg stump half volley and you see him clip off his pads, it kind of that logic follows.
I think he's been driving a lot of balls mid on. I think that might be why. I think he's hit some really crisp drives for no run. And I think with Sibley, he's a player in his best innings. You see him almost decide to play more shots as the innings progresses. I remember the best example of that is probably his 100 in South Africa, his maiden Test 100, where he unleashed an array of sweeps that got progressively more expansive. I think he slog swept Maharaj for a 6.
It's almost as you reach checkpoints, you unlock more levels as you score more runs.
Yeah, he gets more and more comfortable and more willing to cover drive. I think there must be an element of calculation in that the cover drive becomes a decreasingly risky shot as the ball gets older, as the hardness wears off, there's less movement off the pitch and through the air. Driven firmly down the ground. Patel thinks about having a quick single, but eventually turns it down. Still yet to get off the mark.
It's a little kind of subplot of this kind of run into the end of the season here in the Surrey setup with Ryan Patel. He's not had the best year, having had such a fantastic year last season. He would have been within his rights being a bit bemused with the arrival of Dom Sibley.
Tries, but only inside edges it to the man at mid-wicket.
Yeah, the most kind of, this bizarre kind of aberration of a reinvention. He almost went to university and decided he wanted to be a new person, started absolutely whacking it at the top of the order, kind of prompted by an amazing century down at Guildford against Nottinghamshire. Then last year at the top of the order in the red ball stuff, he averaged north of 40, I believe, in first class cricket as a whole. And Sibley returned, and obviously with the pedigree he had, he slotted in back at the top of the order of Rory Burns, and you had the likes of Tom Latham arriving. Dan Lawrence signed ahead of next season. So Ryan Patel really with a couple of opportunities at the back end of this season to show his worth.
Patel leaves it alone to end the 18th over, 33 for 1. I think we're about to see a couple of wickets from Chelmsford, the first 2 in the Hampshire response to Essex's 447. Here's that first wicket. Poor water Yorker, that is out, I'm afraid. I don't think we need to see a second viewing of that. Albert gone for 39 after a 68 run opening stand with Fletcher Middleton. Back to the Keir Oval. And then we'll have a look at the second wicket. Simon Harmer striking early. Oh no, replay the first one. Yeah, that's out.
I reckon I'm giving that from the umpire.
I think that's pitching on middle and hitting middle and off. And Harmer to Gubbins. Gubbins had an excellent season. Harmer getting a little bit of early turn. Simple catch at second slip. And on that note, I think I'm going to vacate the chair and Dan Norcross is going to take over until lunch.
Not great news from Beckenham, I'm afraid, in the Rachel Hay Hovland Trophy Eliminator. South East Stars 79 for 9 the last time I looked.
Well, it's got a little bit better. It's 87 for 7.
7?
That's what Cricinfo says.
Oh, Twitter had it at 79 for 9. Well, that's very strange. That's like they managed to claw back 2 wickets. Look here.
It's the news. God, I'm not having that from the Blaze official Twitter account.
Yeah, the Blaze official Twitter account. 87 for 7. Oh well, it could be worse. Who's in? Who's at the crease?
We have Chloe Hill and Beth Miles. Beth Miles played a wonderful innings against the same opposition at the same ground last week. Just clawing Stars, I think they got up to around 260, 270. And they had a very comfortable victory, but in the playoff it's not looking too good.
Edged. Oh, that's gone through first. It bounced just in front. I don't think it was a chance as McManus chases after it in vain. And a fortuitous boundary for Dom Sibley and for Surrey. It's landed just in front of first slip. Let's take a look at this again from behind. We'll be able to see if it bounced. It's a good thick edge, but it's just bounced in front of Curran now. Sibley gets away with it. So Chloe Hill at the crease. I've played a bit of cricket with Chloe Hill. Very fine, yeah, very fine wicket keeper. Yep. Lord's Taverners games.
I was trying to work out what possible fixture could combine a Venn diagram of Chloe Hill and Daniel Norcross.
Well, you know. When you play in these games, they're looking to add a touch of stardust. So we call for Chloe Hill.
Stardust and National Treasures all in one. What an event.
Fabulous hands. Terrific keeper, Chloe Hill.
Goodness me, I was going to say, I didn't think I remembered you having a run out in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this year.
No, I've seen her standing up to Andy Caddick.
Very nice too.
In fairness, he probably has lost a yard or two of pace since his heyday, but nonetheless, he'll get a bit of bounce still. And if, as he is wont to do, he comes down with the wind, when that wind catches the sails of his ears, then he can really pick up some pace.
What happens if he's bowling at the other end?
It's a little it's a bit tricky. Yeah. It takes a good yard or two off him actually. 37 for 1, 19 overs gone. Surrey going on at you might say is a rather pedestrian pace, but from a Surrey point of view, they've got to protect their position here. They're just going to see off the new ball, try and get through to lunch, and then just see where events take them. Now, Luke Proctor, you must have talked about his action. It's a marvellously idiosyncratic performance.
I shall keep a keen eye. I'd only been on for just a matter of minutes before you joined.
Oh,
me.
I see. I see.
Opportunity to discuss it in such depth.
Well, you're very good on these technical issues.
I am very good on technical issues, yes.
Yeah.
Level 2 ECB coach, I'll have you know.
Well, there you go.
Might have expired by now, but
I rather love that there's a little flourish of arms and legs just at the back end.
think I always enjoy when professional cricketers have kind of bizarre quirks to their action. I always kind of think back to when they must have been starting, when they were the biggest fish in a smaller club cricket pond, but looking also the most weird. It's an unusual combination. It's in lovely shape away from the left-hander. I think as a result of him kind of bowling the ball from over the top of his head and kind of pushing it away.
Oh, yes.
That's probably where his natural actions, natural shapes
that arm go beyond the perpendicular, as they say?
It could well do.
Phil Tufnell's very strong on that, you know.
Is he?
Yes, and we talk about left arm spin. Well, spin generally. In order to get a bit of drift.
That was a wonderful video of Phil Tufnell and Jack Leach bowling together during the Ashes. I believe the BBC put together. And there was, I don't know who the batter was, but it was a left-handed batter facing two left-handed spinners, and I assume he was on kind of the MCCYC staff or something.
This year's Ashes?
Yes.
So while Jack Leach had his thick edge, just evades third slip, will run down to the boundary for 4, but again, Surrey's last few runs have come somewhat edgily here. Still away movement from Proctor to the left-handed Ryan Patel.
You're absolutely correct. And he was in the lead up to the season, taps in the lead up to the Ireland Test. Whatever it was, Jack Leach was fit and bowling.
That might have been what did for him.
Absolutely. And what I particularly enjoyed was you had this kind of amateur or kind of rookie batter, and he was absolutely walloping both of them. And you had this bizarre kind of social media video of these two international bowlers, and you'd see the batter come down the track and whack Jack Leach straight, and Jack Leach be going, I don't mind if he's doing that, I don't mind. I was like, I'd mind, personally.
It's one of the great things we talk about, isn't it, when watching cricket. He won't mind being smashed for 6, won't mind the batter doing that. I know what they're driving at.
It's also, I think, fundamentally incorrect.
I think it is fundamentally incorrect. I think what they would prefer, 42 for 1, 20 overs gone, is that intent to be shown, but then the batter gets holes out or stumped, ideally stumped. Correct. Is that? I often ask bowlers, their favourite mode of dismissal, and for example, Stephen Finn, it's edged and gone.
Edged and gone.
Edged, caught behind. Loves that. Absolutely loves that.
Wonderful.
For others, it's clean bowled. But I often think for the left arm spinner, talking to left arm spinners, what they really love is stumped.
The stumped?
Yeah. You sort of, they come at you, and then it spins past the outside edge, and they're stuck in no man's land. Ideally with the keeper long enough to be able to turn around and look at me, batter. Oh dear.
I think there must be a wonderful joy in if you're a bowler of high enough quality to actually get someone out through skill as opposed to relying on player error.
It's almost unimaginable, isn't it?
I don't really. I'm very good at getting people caught on the boundary, occasionally.
Well, Stephen Finn himself does have the ugliest hat-trick in international cricket, doesn't he? I think caught it long on, caught it deep mid-wicket, caught it deep third. Something of that sort.
Must admit, I'm not. I don't think I'm as across Stephen Finn's international career.
Unfortunately, I have to be, because every week he reminds us of it on non-award-winning podcast Zero Ducks Given. Available from some decent podcast stockists.
Well, we had Adam Collins running his final word interview on
well,
exactly.
Yes, it's a great opportunity.
Latest episode on the stream for lunch today. Why not?
It's not a very visual medium, isn't Zero Ducks? You just basically, if you saw the Zoom call, it's just me topping up my wine and drinking it through a straw, while Finney's cat, Elizabeth.
Is there any particular reason for the straw? Is that your kind of optimum consuming method?
No, it was just brought to me yesterday with a straw. I mean, Finney's cat, Elizabeth is the grumpy one. Ethel is an absolute delight. She's a British blue. And she gives us a full twirl, like a chicken on a rotisserie. You're left with very little to the imagination when Ethel comes on screen.
Wow, blimey.
Splendid cat. Very characterful features.
Of course, yesterday we had Batty dogs and cats home in, but they brought Stella the dog with him. But actually, Senna the dog. Beg your pardon. But really, you'd have preferred a cat.
I am more of a cat person, but I found Senna quite a delight, really. She was very well behaved. And we should say, I mean, it's very good of you to pick up on that, but Surrey's tie-in with Battersea Dogs Home isn't just for a 15-minute slot on day 2. It's for life. Well, I mean, it's for as long as that relationship continues, and we hope for a plentifully long time. And I'm wearing blue today. I've got the memo today, a day late. I'm wearing the blue for Battersea Dogs and Cats Home. You have to say dogs and cats.
Absolutely.
Established over 150 years ago now. It's a very venerable institution. So Ryan Patel's very much playing himself in, one might say here. So that edged 4, picked up a single. Other than that, 17 scoreless balls. Sibley at the other end, starting to show a little bit more fluency, but Surrey only going at 2 and over.
It was very similar during Northamptonshire's start to their first innings. Hassan Azad and Emilio Gay really hunkered down for a long period of time. And it was only really when Karen, towards the back end of the innings, that they expanded. Tom Taylor, who was just bowling at the other end, played fantastic.
Well, that partnership, that 8th-wicket partnership, is what rather done for Surrey in this match, isn't it? If Taylor had been snaffled at 3rd slip, then I think hopes of wrapping up the innings for under 200 or thereabouts very much on the cards. But it's a great counter-attacking partnership. Taylor started it. He was the man who went hard first.
Taylor's having a wonderful kind of end to the season. The 100, not the 100, the Metro Bank, so the correct sponsor competition. He had an absolutely phenomenal competition. He's since signed for Worcestershire for next season, and if results go as expected, he'll find himself playing Division 1 cricket again next year for his new county. And here today, he has very tame numbers this season. He's averaging 17 with the bat, including his 66 in the first innings here. He's currently averaging 46 with the ball for the season. But in this fixture today,
coming up to lunch on day 3, Kent have they've secured a bowling point. Somerset to 328 for 3. The man to go, Umeed for 49. So Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who's been called up to England's squad for the one-day internationals against Ireland. He's at the crease at the moment, alongside Lewis Goldsworthy, who has 118. Still Banton and Rue to come. Oh, he's got him. A tame dismissal for Ryan Patel. He'll be furious with that. It's just a gentle push into the hands of cover. And Proctor picks up a 2nd wicket for Northants, with only about quarter of an hour to go towards lunch. And Surrey are in more than a spot of bother here. 43 for 2. They've lost 2 left-handers. First Rory Burns, and now Patel. That catch from Justin Broad. You see it again. It's a nothing shot, really. Ball might have stopped in the pitch a touch. Bottom hand comes off the bat, and a simple catch for Broad.
It's a desperately tame, frustrating dismissal for Ryan Patel, who, as you mentioned, kind of uncharacteristically reserved innings. He was 5 off 21, and 4 of those came from an edge through the slips or just wide of the slips. We're so used to him playing with such kind of aggression and kind of with power. And there he's just kind of held his drive, and as you said, it looks like it just stopped a little bit on him, but also it could have been a case of he hasn't really gone through with the shots. He's kind of just ended up playing it a little bit early. But
debutant Sai Sudharsan comes the wicket. He got 100 in the 2nd innings of the 2nd 11 match he played a couple of weeks ago, when Surrey still had Jamie Smith. It's been signed with Smith's anticipated call-up in mind. And Surrey really needs something from him here. Surrey's tail has performed very well over the course of the season, but with so many batters out on England duty, they find themselves rather precariously positioned here. 43 for 2, still 314 runs behind. And if Essex can pull off a win and Surrey lose, scoring fewer than 250, then suddenly Essex would leapfrog them at the top of the county championship.
I feel your Surrey fans' pessimism is coursing through you at the moment.
It's a natural concern of the sporting obsessive. Always looking at the worst case scenario. Now then, has he got a little bit of bad on that? Wait to see if the umpire signals. Well, he has. Might have got a little bit of glove, so he's off the mark straight away for that couple of runs. His first runs for Surrey's first 11. 45 for 2 at the end of a successful over for Luke Proctor and for Northamptonshire.
I think it would be one of the more spectacular collapses twice if Surrey are to lose. They've got 18 wickets still to lose, or still in hand if you want to have a more positive.
A long time to go in this game, Cameron. Potentially.
There is a little bit. We've got 5 sessions after 10 more minutes.
Yes, but 105 overs tomorrow. Another 78 to be bowled. There's 183 overs. Plenty of time. And don't forget that Northants will be emboldened by what's happening to their relegation rivals if they can beat Surrey, with Kent having only picked up the 1 point so far, and Kola Cadmore going utterly berserk. He's just hit 4 sixes. It's 31 from 19. Meanwhile, poor old Middlesex across the river, well, they have conceded a first innings deficit of 194. They have finally bowled Warwickshire out for 315. So they've picked up 3 bonus points. Danny Briggs ending on 99. Caught behind by Simpson off helm. 15 fours in that 168 ball knock. But you would fancy that Warwickshire are strong favourites to wrap up that win. He's found the gap. Sibley. There's a very inviting gap between cover point and sort of short mid-off. Encouraging the drive. Dominic Sibley can occasionally not be drawn into the cover drive, but his feet are moving nicely at the moment.
I always think that I remember a friend explaining to me that kind of as the pace goes up in cricket, it's kind of your mid-off conventional and mid-off and mid-on gets wider and wider and wider. So in club cricket, which we are familiar with, where the pace of the play is slower, we'll describe, well, very full, very straight, and as a result your mid-on and mid-off are very, very straight because you're hitting down the ground. As the pace goes up and you're getting towards 80 and 90 miles an hour in professional cricket, that natural length people bowl is a lot shorter, and so it's much more difficult to therefore get on that front foot and drive straight, which is why you're able to have those fielders wider. And so I don't know if we might be able to see, might not be able to see. At the moment, Northamptonshire have a cover in place, and they don't even have a mid-off at all. And the only way you're able to kind of do that is for 2 things: 1, the kind of pace and delivery, and 2, and more to the point, what's the word? Dedication, not discipline in length.
Yes.
You cannot afford to get too full at all, because it is in effect, if you do, a free hit down the ground for 4 runs.
Now, our dear friend Knuckle Pandey is here today, veteran of Test Match Sofa, Guerrilla Cricket, Sky Sports. He sent me through a bit of information here. He says about Luke Proctor. He has a level 1 NVQ in haircutting. Could have done with that, could Rory Burns. We saw footage of him taking a pair of garden shears to his head. His hair, I should say, although the hair is on the head.
I believe it was Ryan Patel who was trusted with the duties. I can't quite remember the name of the charity that he was raising money for, but they've been growing it for a number of years, donating his hair away to charity. I reckon you need more than 4 or 5 years to kind of have had the same growth as Rory Burns.
Yeah, it would take a while.
Maybe go from the beard down.
Yeah, could do, but it's terribly uncomfortable. I don't know why I've still got this beard, you know. It was a lockdown thing.
I don't think I've ever known you beardless.
You're not? I received something of a double-edged compliment from my colleague Simon Mann's wife when she saw the beard. She said, "Oh, actually makes you look like you might be quite intelligent." As if all the rest of the time I'd known her, I looked like an utter blithering idiot.
It's possible. Don't want to rule it out, Daniel.
I wouldn't be surprised. So, qualified hairdresser Luke Proctor. He does everything, doesn't he? Bats, bowls, barbers. And Surrey have just got a really awkward 7 minutes here. They'll get this over in. Oh no, you're right. Lunch is at 1:40. I keep forgetting.
It's actually 12:40.
12:40. We got 17 minutes. 17 minutes until lunch. I beg your pardon. I've reached that age when I'm not happy with change. Because we're making up time from the rain. Spectacular quantities of it yesterday. It was thoroughly filthy. So lunch is at 1:40. But for those of us who like some certainties in life, tea will definitely be at 3:30, regardless of how many overs are left to be bowled. Today, tea is at 3:30. Now, I am periodically keeping my eye on events at Chelmsford. 2 down last time I looked. And still 2 down. James Vince and Fletcher Middleton. James Vince going nicely, 42 from 41 balls. A couple of things to keep your eye on there. Follow-on target, 298. Hampshire would need to get to avoid any chance of being asked to follow on. That won't ensure safety by any means, because there's plenty of time left for Essex to go back out and bat again and set Hampshire an awkward target on the 4th day, should it come to that. Elsewhere in the county championship, Sussex 61 for 5. It's effectively a 2-day game there now against Derbyshire. Chapel, Connors and Dahl with the wickets. Oh, now has he got glove on that? He has! Well, Sai Sudharsan doesn't like that much. He's looking at his arm. But the umpire's decided that has come off glove. And on his debut, he's got to go for 3. And Surrey are in real bother here. 49 for 3. Still a long way behind Northampton's first innings of 357.
That delivery has not got up at all, anywhere near where Sai Sudharsan thought it was going to. It was a short ball from Luke Proctor. It's almost skimmed through the surface. It definitely took a chunk of his arm and all glove. It was deemed glove by the umpires. We'll see here on the replay.
It's hard to tell from that replay. We get a better angle on its side on, I fancy. The umpire had no hesitation. Finger went up immediately.
It absolutely has whacked his back elbow. It's just whether a case of it's taken his glove on the way through as well, which would be very difficult for us to tell from up here and on the replay. See that thudding into his back arm. Luke Proctor celebrating before turning round. One of the great strategies of cricket. Don't appeal, just celebrate. How could it not be out, sir?
Well, yes, we've seen a fair bit of that in this ground with Stuart Broad before, and many others. But it's another wicket for Proctor, 2 for 13. And, well, Northampton are having a fabulous game here, aren't they? They came into this match with just 4 batting bonus points in the entire season. They picked up 3 in their first innings. And they've now got their first bowling bonus point in double quick time. 49 for 3, Surrey. As Ben Folkes, fresh from 100 in his last game, comes out to bat with Dom Sibley.
So I thought you were presumptuous with your kind of comments of Surrey being in a perilous situation 10 minutes ago, at 2 down. I think I'm happy to...
You're happy with it now?
Happy to cede to peril.
Well, I'm not happy at all, but...
you may be happy in your accuracy of your assessment.
Yeah. Yes.
Luke Proctor's been bowling beautifully well. He's now got both left-handers in Ryan Patel and Sai Sudharsan. Just getting that ball to shape away. Hasn't happened. Both of his deliveries haven't been wickets of his kind of stock delivery. I don't think he'll have bumped out many people, Luke Proctor, but it's happened there.
Well, as you said, it didn't get up at all, did it? And Surrey have lost all 3 openers, and they're pretty close there to Sibley getting an edge through to Sanderson, who's back into the attack. He bowled a 6-over spell up top. Come in to replace Tom Taylor.
Would you like to Would you like me to make you even sadder?
Throw 3 down, are they?
Indeed.
Who's out?
Fletcher Middleton has been clean bowled by Simon Harmer.
Do you know it was clean bowled, or are you just surmising? Might have been a drag on.
So I had this. You've tapped into something that I got pulled up on this for the first time a couple of months ago. I'd never even considered it. I've always just thought, if I see bowled, I go clean bowled. They've been clean bowled. It's actually not always the case.
No, played on is definitely not clean bowled.
I'm going to stick to my guns. I know they're wrong. I know my guns are wrong.
So essentially, you're saying that any dismissal of bowled,
it's all clean,
can have the word clean put before it.
Absolutely.
So you see it as a kind of emphasis. As Sibley just gets inside half of the bat on that. 50 up though for Surrey. It's come at a great cost. They've lost their 3 left-handers, Rory Burns, Ryan Patel, and the last over Sai Sudharsan. And they're limping along here in some concern. It's been a bad 5 minutes for Surrey, with the Hampshire losing a wicket up at Chelmsford. Don't forget they're in reply there to Essex's 447 for 9. Surrey and Hampshire though both bat deep.
They do indeed. It's been a sensationally disciplined bowling display by Northamptonshire. There's been nothing kind of spectacular about it aside from its consistency. Again, we still have 4 slips in play, just the 2 fielders in the ring on the offside, point and a kind of extra cover. It's up to Ben Folkes to do another rescue job. Another rescue job? A rescue job.
Yeah, Surrey haven't needed too much in the way of rescuing this season. They had that one blip against Lancashire back in July, just before the Lord's Test. I mean, I suppose within the context of the games, because Surrey's top order hasn't really fired anything like as well as its lower order has, comparative to their abilities. So he has frequently come in with Surrey sub-optimally positioned. He's had a good old season with the bat. Got his numbers there?
I do indeed.
And he's underway with that push into the offside. Shy at the stumps, misses, but will be backed up.
As you were referencing, so Ben Folkes averaging a bang on 44 currently. I think it'll be a tick higher now he's got off the mark. As you were referencing in terms of the lower order really firing, Jamie Overton averaging 42, Sean Abbott averaging 45, Gus Atkinson averaging 40. There's been, I think wagging is an understatement.
Yeah, I mean it's
thriving.
Yes, rigid. As much wagging as firm and rigid. But of course Surrey without Abbott and Gus Atkinson. And you fancy that if Surrey are going to get points out of this game beyond the 3 they've already got for bowling out Northants, that tail is going to have to be rigid once more. 3 slips in place. Proctor's going to continue, and why would he? There's a bit of a flurry to Proctor's action. It's coming through at a reasonable pace, 76 miles an hour. It's not expressed by any means, but I just think that when you face somebody with an action like that, it just makes your trigger a little bit more awkward, doesn't it?
Well, the timings are a bit off.
Yeah.
What's your cue when his left arm goes up, when his right arm goes up?
Know. Batters often talk about this, often say, you know, that they find strangely Dale Steyn easier to face, even if, you know, them bowls the ball at 92 miles an hour and it swings alarmingly last minute, but sort of feel more comfortable as they can see the ball from hand and out of the hand, whereas someone like Morne Morkel with his height and slightly eccentric action is more tricky. Ooh, a little flirt at that. Dom Sibley gets away with it.
No, you've tapped into one of kind of my rabbit hole passions of cricket. The idea of why 90 mile an hour is different. How can one bowler at 90 be faster than another bowler at 90? And it's exactly that. I mean, people often reference Brett Lee and Shoaib Akhtar. Brett Lee kind of sometimes be like, he's incredibly quick, but also almost the nicest to face.
Well, he showed you the ball, didn't he?
Exactly.
As he came in.
He's so technically perfect, whereas Shoaib Akhtar would be bowling the ball from kind of behind his back, as it were, and he would sling out at the last moment.
Jeff Thompson used to do that, didn't he? He would bowl with his hand sort of almost behind his buttocks, and then they would sling over like a catapult.
So they've started measuring this in baseball. Actually, they have a velocity and they have perceived velocity.
Ooh.
Where they measure the amount of time you have between seeing the ball versus when it's released, basically. So some pitches you'll have a sighting of the ball for sake of argument 0.4 seconds, whereas others will be 0.2.
That's elegantly played by Dom Sibley. 2 full on this occasion from Proctor. Sibley moves into the 30s, Surrey. At the end of the 26th over, there'll be 2 more, I think, before lunch. Lunch in 6 minutes' time, 56 for 3. Just take another look at this. Nicely placed. Latches onto the half volley all along the ground. And some much needed runs for Surrey. Get some close, getting that deficit down close to around about 300 now, 301 runs behind.
And there's also, not only they have that, but in baseball you don't have a front line, you have a back line. So some pitches throw from much closer to the batters than others.
Ah, now this is what a lot of people ascribe Jasprit Bumrah's awkwardness to, isn't it? Because he actually releases the ball so far ahead of where most bowlers do. Whereas baseballers, I suppose, if you've got sort of Inspector Gadget arms.
So there's a pitcher who, I don't know if he's still playing. A couple of years ago he was 37, so he may well have retired. He was known as his name was Yuzumero Petit, and he was kind of referred to as a hider and a strider. And so his fastball was 87 miles an hour, which was 10 to 15 miles an hour slower than other big league pitchers, but people couldn't lay a bat on it. And they basically referred to him as this hider and a strider. They were saying you'd see the ball for about 0.1 second before he released it, and he also threw the ball from so much closer to you than anyone else did that it combined from being as fast as everyone else. So when you then relate that back to cricket, and you have the likes of Jasprit Bumrah. Bumrah does quite literally release the ball from almost half a metre closer to the batter than other bowlers. And so when people refer to, he's put on a yard, he's got an extra yard, Bumrah literally has an extra half a yard.
I was listening, but I'm also in a state of some distress because wickets are tumbling at Chelmsford. Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley, spin twins, and we can show you a couple of those wickets to fall.
5 down.
Yes.
Goodness me.
3 for 7.
I did think you were looking particularly forlorn all of a sudden.
3 for 7 in 6 balls. How they got 7 runs, I do not know. I'm guessing there might have been James Vince's 6 in there somewhere. So now Tom Preston, Ben Brown are at the crease. 150's come up. And Hampshire are still 148 runs away from avoiding the follow-on. Meanwhile, Surrey here, 3 down. Is this the day the county championship turns on its head? Surrey will be hoping not. The end of the over, we'll be able to bring you a couple of those. With all 3 of them, we can bring you all 3 wickets. If you can face the pain and the agony, I'm not sure I can, but we're going to try it. We're running towards the danger, team.
That's been the most remarkable. It's not even a late season charge by Essex. Like, if you've won 6 in a row, it's half. Well, it's almost half the season,
yes. End of the over. Folks survives it. There'll be one more before lunch. Right, let's take a look at these Hampshire wickets to fall. Hampshire were going very comfortably, 134 for 2. And then, oh, well, it was clean bowled. You're dead right, Cameron.
I knew it.
A horrible heave, aiming for cow corner. Fletcher Middleton going for 47. Bowled by Simon Harmer. And now here's Matt Critchley. That's been skied in the air. And a catch taken by Westley. So James Vince, who made a bright 46 from 45 balls. And then the 5th wicket to fall, the most recent, off just his 2nd ball. Liam Dawson thinking that that's a good idea and slapping the ball down to Jamie Porter to go for just the 1 from 2 balls. Hampshire subsiding here, 150 for 5. And Surrey perilously placed themselves with just these 5 balls to go until lunch.
It's 3 wickets born of aggression, all 3 of them.
I know. I want a steward's inquiry.
Betting patterns in the local Southampton area.
Could really have done without that. Thank you very much, Fletcher Middleton, James Vince and Liam Dawson. Not, I realise, that you have any thought whatsoever for what Surrey requires. But really, you can't be playing Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley like that coming up to lunch.
I thought it was remarkable, the James Vince wicket. Just the amount of time between him hitting the ball and him being caught. How high that ball must have gone. It's got 6-7 seconds of airtime. In his defence, he hit it really hard. He just hit it a bit too up.
Of course, we couldn't see, unfortunately, but
it's better when you imagine, anyway.
Well, I mean, I beg to differ there slightly, and it put a fair bit of effort here at the Surrey live stream into taking some of the imagination out of it, Cameron.
Turn it off. Get all the cameras off.
Well, that'd be called the radio.
That's the radio. I was thinking that.
That's right.
Famously popular, though.
Well, it has been. Yes, it certainly has been. It continues to be so. 2 balls for Sibley to survive before lunch. He's never going to have anything to do with that bouncer. So 1 ball to go. And this has yet again been Northampton's session since they lost their 7th wicket. They have, after that point, pretty much dominated this match. A big partnership. Getting them up to 357 in the end. And that looks miles away as Surrey have lost 3 wickets. Rory Burns, Ryan Patel and Sai Sudharsan. 2 wickets to Luke Proctor. And Surrey go into lunch 301 runs behind. Not out bad as Dominic Sibley on 32. Ben Folkes on 2 with plenty of work to do in the afternoon session. Tom Taylor with the other wicket. Proctor with 2. Earlier today, Karen Nair was out in unusual fashion, attempting a ramp. He just, instead of deflecting the ball fine on the offside down towards deep third, ended up cannoning back off his bat to give Tom Laws his 5th wicket. A well-deserved second fifer for Surrey. Naya out for around 150. That was the 10th wicket to fall in the 3rd over of the day. 357 all out. Northants as the players, you can see they're walking off for lunch. And in reply, Surrey, well, they've lost Rory Burns, well caught by Emilio Gay at slip. It's a very sharp catch for 11 from 50. Ryan Patel driving outside the off stump, little nick through to Broad. Sorry, I beg your pardon, driving, pushed through to Broad at extra cover, just maybe stopping him in a touch. Bottom man came off the bat, but it felt like a slightly limp dismissal for Ryan Patel. Made 5 from 21, and Sai Sudharsan on debut got off the mark first ball, and then adjudged caught off the glove, trying to get his hands down to avoid a Proctor bounce that did not get up at all. Deflected through to the keeper. It touched something. Was it arm? Was it glove? Well, umpire had no hesitation. Up went the finger. Glove, he said. Sudharsan went for 3, and so it was left to Folkes and Sibley. England pairing to get Surrey through to lunch. 301 runs behind, 28 overs gone. Cameron, your thoughts of the morning session, and then I'm going to hand over to John Surtees.
As you mentioned, it's been another fine session for Northamptonshire. They find themselves in the box here. I'll be interested to see if Surrey kind of consider anyway what a route to victory could still look like. I think they're actually, by being in such a pickle, it almost makes life a little bit easier for them. And if they can back themselves to the end of the day and manufacture a way where they can be bowling at Northamptonshire again, trying to get those 10 wickets and forcing results, that will still be a potential victory. John Surtees has sat down. I shall take my leave. I'll be handing over for the lunch interval to him.
Thanks very much indeed, Cam. Really lucky to be joined now for the lunch interval. Trying something a little different here on the Surrey County Championship broadcast. Obviously, you're here to watch cricket and you're here to watch Surrey cricket, but we thought that we have such an enlightened audience that we might try a little bit of talking about a different sport. And we're not going to just sit here. We're not going to talk about who's going to win the Europa League game tonight, whatever. It's we want to try and talk about some really fascinating sports stories in a bit of greater depth, to give people an idea here that although we're all Surrey fans, actually in the wider world of sport, there's some pretty fascinating things going on here. So let's give this a try. We're really lucky to be joined by Andy Brassel. Andy, one of the country's foremost European football experts. Can be seen frequently on the screens of Sky Sports, TNT Sports, on the airwaves of BBC, Talk Sport, all over the place, really, aren't you, Andy?
Yeah, I guess so, and that means I don't get to come to the Oval as much as I would like to. This was a huge part of my childhood. We're just sitting opposite the pavilion here. I used to sit up the top there when I was like 13, 14.
Yeah, so take us. So who were you're a childhood Surrey fan? Who were your Surrey heroes as you were growing up?
Wakar Yunus is the first one that springs to mind. Seeing him bowl towards the Vauxhall end was always pretty exciting. Graham Thorpe. I have Graham Thorpe in there as well. Bit of Ian Ward when he got the bit between his teeth as well.
Amazing. I like to imagine what net sessions between Wakar Yunus and Graham Thorpe were like. That would have been that.
Prepared him for 2001 in Pakistan, I reckon.
Absolutely, yeah. It prepared
in
him
the dark.
It prepared him for an entire decade.
He could literally do it with his eyes shut.
Yeah, it prepared him for an entire decade of fast bowlers pinging it at him. Oh, hang on. Sorry, there we go. Right. So, Andy, the reason you're here today, particularly other than your place as a friend of the club and a friend of this, whatever, is we're talking about this. He says, showing us the camera. It's called "We Play On: Shakhtar Donetsk Fight for Ukraine, Football and Freedom." It comes out next Thursday, September 28th.
Yeah.
And it tells a story. One of, I think, the most extraordinary football story, certainly of this century, if not, for longer than that. I mean, firstly, I guess what was it? I mean, what is it that first caused you to want to be the person that put this down in print?
Well, I did a film on Shakhtar for The Guardian in 2015, and that was the year after war broke out in the Donbass region, the eastern region bordering Russia, where they're from, where Donetsk is the biggest city, and by that point they'd moved out. They were the club were operating from Kiev. and playing their games in Lviv, which has obviously become a name we're familiar with since the full-scale war, unfortunately, because it's only 60 kilometres from the border with Poland. And just to get a grip on how such a huge football club, because they're a perennial in the Champions League and in Europa League, had become the biggest homeless club in the world. Now, obviously, that situation is endured over that time. After the film, I was asked to write a book on it. I always really wanted to, because I knew the club quite well by this point, and I was really interested, and I thought well placed to tell their story. It wasn't quite the right timing, it didn't work out, and then I got the opportunity to do this, unfortunately, because of the escalation of the war and the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia. So that means it's a beyond football story, which it always was, really. But it's made their nomadic existence even more nomadic, I suppose. And to think that, they've kept winning, as well as not just existing, but genuinely winning, excelling, despite all the odds against them in this now 9 years away from their natural home.
It's an extraordinary thing. Take us back to the beginning of football, I suppose, in Donetsk. So tell us a little bit about Donetsk as a town and the region and how Shakhtar Donetsk first came about.
Well, they're always a provincial club, really, John, because they were all the way out east, as we said, in a town that was known for coal mining. Shakhtar actually means miner. In Ukrainian.
That's an extraordinary thing for me when I read that to find out. So in essence, it's kind of like Millwall being called like dock worker Bermondsey or something.
Yes,
like it's
for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So a club that was initially sort of founded and largely based on a particular industry, but yeah, in Ukraine still, as a literal translation, it's minor Donetsk.
Yeah, that's right, and it's something that has really informed the history of the club. But if you look at it from a Soviet perspective, because it was still the Soviet Union then, for Ukrainian clubs to carve out their own identity was difficult. And Dynamo Kyiv were obviously the biggest, coming from the capital. They had Valery Lobanovsky, their own Arsene Wenger or Sir Alex Ferguson or Pep Guardiola, or whichever way you want to put it.
All rolled into one.
Yes, exactly. Who created not just a successful club, but a philosophy of playing that could compete with the big clubs from Moscow. And Dynamo Kyiv were the first Ukrainian team to win a European trophy when they won the Cup Winners' Cup. But I think that always made it difficult for other Ukrainian clubs to break through. Now, as industry, and particularly potash and steel, rose in the east, that meant that there was an opportunity. Now, when Rinat Akhmetov, who currently owns the club, took it over 25 years ago, he decided he was going to take it to the next level, and this was an incredibly ambitious project because, as we said, Donetsk was the provinces. It was known for mining, for slag heaps, and it wasn't a glamorous place. So to make people come there was difficult. But as well as providing the club with money, an infrastructure, eventually a new stadium, which unfortunately, because of the invasion, they weren't in for very many years in the end. They were only in there for 5 years before they had to move out. Of course, Fulham played away there, and Fulham fans who I speak to say the Donbass Arena was an incredible stadium. But he made the club really international. He knew he could never make them another Dynamo Kyiv. And Akhmetov wanted to make them aspirational and international. So he did that by bringing not just any overseas players, but bringing Brazilian players and give them a face that no other Ukrainian team have. And that's what kind of made them famous and like a word of mouth Champions League sensation.
Yeah, it was incredible. I remember the whole story and everyone who was really interested in the growth of football. Whenever you see a new club establish themselves at that level, both nationally, but then also within the Champions League. And everyone, it was fascinating, this idea of a sort of small regional team from eastern Ukraine, stuffed with these glamorous Brazilians, playing really exciting football. But so then take us back to 2014. So this story is the narrative is rolling. If you like, Shakhtar are doing brilliantly. They're really sort of so impressing people, onlookers, and setting a new standard for clubs outside of Kiev in Ukraine. And then 2014 happens, and what happened to Shakhtar then when that first the first sort of Russian movements happened?
Yeah, I mean, there's the first battle of the airport of Donetsk, and you've got to look at it in a perspective of the development was happening there, not just what Akhmetov was doing, but it was building in a wider sense, because so much money had gone into making Donetsk, I guess, a bit more of an international hub. They just opened an international school. The airport was new, uber modern. You had the stadium, the Donbass Arena, which to set the scene, it's kind of a little bit like the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, like a big sort of spaceship, but in the middle of a park there. It was beautiful. And I think, especially coming off the back of Euro 2012, when a lot of people played there, they had a semi-final between Portugal and Spain there as well. It felt like Donetsk, its time was approaching. And then all of a sudden, overnight, as their CEO, Sergei Palkin, put it to me, we lost everything overnight. The stadium, the city, the fans, all of it, after the invasion. And it was a short and really violent invasion. And the first battle of Donetsk airport just destroyed everything. So it's quite symbolic as well. That modernity all just disappears like that. And all the players and their families, for some of them, it wasn't as brutal as it might sound, because some of them, it was towards the end of the season, so they played a few more games away and then they simply didn't go back. But I was speaking to Yas Rana. I spoke to him extensively on a number of occasions for the book, and he writes the foreword. He's their sporting director. He's the most famous player in the history. Until Luka Modric, he was the most capped Croatian of all time.
Also, I've been told by a number of people who see me reading the book over the last week, apparently one of the biggest football manager legends of all time.
Yes, that as well.
Apparently, if you're into that certain sub-breed of football fandom, Yas Rana is a god to you, because you signed him multiple times in multiple different saves, and he's won you all sorts.
Exactly. And I mean, the way he put it to me is he packed up. They knew they had to go, and for him it was quite a dramatic departure, because him and his family and his children, they just went. And so his house in Donetsk, as far as he knows, it's still there, but there are still shirts in the wardrobe. His wife things still there. Car's still in the drive, but they left that abruptly, and that whole part of his life was just left behind. And you're talking about someone here who's quite privileged. He's a very successful footballer, wealthy man, but nothing could protect him from war in this way. No status, no money could protect him from that. And so if you extrapolate that to normal people in that part of the world, and now people in wider Ukraine, everything they've been through, it's just unimaginable, really.
It's extraordinary. Just to fill you in, if you just joined us, we're talking to Andy Brassell, the author of a new book, We Play On, Shakhtar Donetsk's Fight for Ukraine, Football and Freedom. We're trying something a bit different here on the Surrey live broadcast, telling them, talking about one of the most fascinating, in my mind, sporting stories of the century. So Andy, we've got to the 2014 initial Russian battles in Donetsk, and Shakhtar, a globally admired football team with a new ground and a wonderful team, have been essentially moved out overnight. What happened next?
Well, they reconvene in Kiev at the start of the next season, because that's where Rinat Akhmetov, the owner, has a lot of his property. He owns this incredible 5-star hotel, the Hotel Opera, which I suspect we'll come back to in a little bit. And so players stay there, they train there, The admin staff are there. They've got everything that they need. Now, originally, the plan is to play in Kharkiv, which is about 3 hours from Donetsk, so should be minimal disruption. And then the conflict spreads towards there, and a lot of the overseas players freak and go, okay, right, they're on a pre-season training camp in Switzerland at the time, and they're like, right, we can't go back. So they have to reconvene, and they work out that they're going to go and play in Lviv, which, as we said, is closer to the Polish border. And so they're living and training in Kiev, in the capital, and then taking an hour flight to Lviv for the games. Now, of course, this is incredibly disruptive because that means they're taking 100, 150 flights once you factor in all the away games as well in a season.
Yeah,
it's difficult for the players who've left everything behind as well. But as well, because there's this sort of, I guess, cultural difference between different parts of Ukraine, not everyone, but a lot of people in Western Ukraine see Shakhtar and everything they stand for as culturally Russian. And so Shakhtar are rejected, really. So that they don't only play home games when they were playing them in Donetsk, they were playing in this futuristic stadium in front of 55,000 people. And now they're playing in front of a couple of thousand people, most of whom want them to lose and are booing them. I mean, that is another thing that is a huge departure for them.
It's extraordinary, and it's a double-edged sword in a sense, isn't it? As well, in that they've been, everything that they've had taken from them has been taken from them because of the Russian invasion, and actually now they're playing elsewhere in the country, and they're being seen as outsiders because they're being seen as Russian. Yet in actuality, you know what? If it hadn't been for the Russian invasion, then they could have been carrying on doing their incredible thing that they were doing. I mean, like, you can only imagine how that would make you feel as a player.
And that thaws over time. That they play in Lviv. They do end up playing in Kharkiv for a bit. In fact, Shakhtar beat Manchester City in the Champions League in a game in Kharkiv, and that is a lovely moment of levity because Paulo Fonseca, who's the coach at the time, he's nearly got the Spurs job a couple of times and he's coaching in France at the moment. One of his assistants bets him, if you beat Manchester City, you have to go in the press conference dressed up as Zorro, because Zorro was like his childhood hero. And so he said, yeah, no problem, if we beat City. And then he's so gassed after the game that they've won, and the guy goes up to him and goes, his friend goes up to him and goes, yeah, we've got the mask and the hat for you here. And he's like, oh my God, I really have to do this stuff.
Did you bring the sword? Yeah.
and so he has to go forward in doing that. And eventually, anyway, they keep winning during this time, and it's remarkable. Since they've left Donetsk, they've won 5 Ukrainian Premier Leagues, 4 cups. They've been in the semi-final of UEFA Club competition in the Europa League twice, which is pretty incredible achievement. And they end up a few years back in Kiev. They not just training there and living there, but they're playing there. And if you think of the players, and we talked about Cerner and how it had an impact on his life that his money and status couldn't protect him from, I think talking to some of the players, and they said it made a massive difference to them, like settling down in Kiev. Now, fortunately, because attitudes thaw over time and people understood more where they were coming from, Shakhtar began to be a little bit more accepted, and the players and the people from the Donbass region over in Kiev managed to be a little bit more accepted. But it made a massive difference to their lives, because all of a sudden, instead of taking like 100 odd flights a season, as one of them, the captain Taras Stepanenko said to me, he said, well, we got ourselves into a place where we could finish the game and go home and be with your family 20 minutes later. And that actually is something that's sacrosanct to most people, isn't it? You know, the ability to finish work and be home in relatively quick time to spend time with your family, which was something that they'd been missing because they'd constantly been on the road.
So, in terms of this Donbass and Kiev thing, just to try and sort of, I guess, make it a little bit more relatable to people, is it a little bit like if, let's say, a team in London suddenly, at Liverpool suddenly moved to London, and suddenly were brought with them. A lot of people from Liverpool, a lot of Scousers came down to London and were forced out of Liverpool and lived in London. And then there was there's that natural sort of, everyone understands that they've been through something awful, but there's still a sort of natural geographic suspicion between Southerners and Northerners in the UK. Is it a similar sort of thing in Ukraine? Or?
I think even more so because there's. Ukraine's quite a fresh democracy as well, so bear in mind it's a country that's been independent for just over 30 years. So it's something that in the post-Soviet climate there's a lot of suspicion attached as well. But that sense of dislocation and that sense of geographic dislocation, that's something that's difficult to sort of replicate in British terms, isn't it? I know where you're coming from, absolutely, but I think you realise when you travel, like England's such a small little country, actually, isn't it? There are not the same distances involved. No. In terms of this. They're not such vast philosophical differences as people trying to find their feet in a new democracy.
Sure. Well, you're off tonight to Manchester to do the Ajax game for Australian TV, and that's effectively the other end of the country, and you're getting a train at 2:00, and you're there plenty of time to be on TV for 7. So it's it gives an example, I suppose, doesn't it? But look, so we're with Donetsk now. They're in Kiev. As you say, they've travelled around. They've been in Lviv. They've been in Kharkiv, and they're now. But they're still doing it. They're still winning titles. You say they beat Man City in Kharkiv, and they are now sort of to an extent settled and reasonably accepted.
Something approaching a normal life.
Something approaching a normal life. Albeit they're playing for a team called Shakhtar Donetsk in Kiev. But something approaching normality, and so this is now we're on to into sort of March 2022 now, and you say they're basing. You said the owner Rinat Akhmetov owns this 5-star hotel in the middle of Kiev called Hotel Opera, which is where the club and everyone is based out of. One character to introduce to the story now as well, Roberto De Zerbi, who's now very well known in England as the Brighton manager. Just celebrated his first anniversary as Brighton manager this week. Playing, managing Brighton in the Europa League tonight for the first time. One of the sort of great stars of English football over the last year. So he is living in Hotel Opera, managing Shakhtar, and is the front of this. And then the second invasion happens. Yeah,
that's right. On 24th of February, and. It's sudden. We know there's tension at the time because there's a build-up of Russian troops at the Ukrainian border. But then at 5 in the morning on 24th of February, it starts. And naturally with, as you say, Hotel Opera being their de facto home, the club's de facto home, at least on an admin level, for approaching a decade, it's the centre that everyone gravitates to. So at the time they've still got a lot of Brazilian players as well, so you've got a lot of Brazilian players, and actually a couple of overseas players from Dynamo Kiev congregate there as well. De Zerbi and his staff congregate there, and they work out what they're going to do next. And Cerna has a key part in this as the sort of, I guess, the patriarch of the group, really, as someone who's going to sort it all out from here, who's got great football connections. In fact, it's his friendship with Alexander Cheferin, the president of UEFA, to pull a few political strings to help find safe passage for those players. And some of those Brazilians, they end up getting a bus out of Kiev after a couple of days with a Brazilian flag in the window to indicate neutrality. And they take a train, and they end up making their way to Romania, and then back from there after, we're talking 20, 30-hour journeys. Dario Cerna himself, who's one of the last to leave, and De Zerbi is one of the last to leave as well, because he wants to see all his players go first. He's really determined to look after them, and he and his assistant Enrico Venturelli, who's been his interpreter at Brighton as well, they make their way out via Poland and Romania, and when Cerna makes his way out, it's him, 3 of the coaching staff, and a spare tank of petrol in the car, because you can't get petrol anywhere, because everyone's trying to trying to get out.
And you write in the book about certain other players who opted for the train, or say opted, it's a choice, ended up taking the train, and you're talking sort of 24-hour train journeys here, and you're a professional footballer living the life of the professional footballer, and then suddenly you're on a train, and as you're looking out the train, you've got fighter jets passing overhead. You'll see the things that you see out the window of the train is just not something you ever expect to see in your life.
Well, I don't think it's something that anyone expects to see, but I think.
Well,
John,
no, obviously not.
I think you're right, John. The point is that footballers are normally protected from real life, and here they're staring it right in the eyes, and it's something I think, that will live with those players forever. I can totally understand why, so many of those players are like, right, I can never go back. I mean, I think the other thing that they have to deal with at the time, and certainly after the first invasion of Donbass, speaking to a lot of those players, they're like, it's one thing the club making you feel safe and making your immediate family around you feel safe. And obviously they had huge facilities and finance to make that happen. But how do you communicate that to your family back home when they see cars on fire and bombed and all that sort of stuff? When you're communicating to family thousands of miles away, no, actually it's fine. I don't believe you. It's like when you write home from camp and you're having a terrible time when you're a kid, and you're like, yeah, I'm really enjoying it, Mum.
Right.
It's like an ultra version of that, really. So to try and like calm your family at the same time, but at this point when they're making their way out of Kiev after the full-scale invasion, none of them feel okay. One player was saying, look, I was just ringing my family just because I wanted to speak to them, because I didn't know if I was ever going to speak to them again.
Yeah.
Every time I got signal, I was just trying to call them and say hello for what might have been the last time. Now, fortunately, it wasn't, but it didn't feel like that at the time.
Yeah, no, it's an extraordinary thing to happen, and these players that were very quickly spread to the 7 winds. People were travelling back to a lot of people. Obviously, a lot of the players obviously travelled back to Brazil, and other people were travelling out into different parts of the country and different parts of Europe and everything else. And obviously then since then people know what's happened. The invasion continued, and the war is settled in, I suppose now.
Yeah.
We're nearly sort of 600 days into the conflict, into the invasion, and you would rightfully think, fine, okay, well, Ukraine has been at war for the last year and a half. They won't have the Football League is the last thing anyone needs to worry about. If a country's at war, if a country's fighting off an invasion, it doesn't. No one needs to worry about getting on the Football League. But yet Shakhtar played last night in the Champions League. They lost, but they played last night in the Champions League through somehow. Obviously, you need to qualify for the Champions League. So take us through, after everything we've just talked about in terms of what happened at the Hotel Opera in Kyiv and how everyone got out. Tell us about the Ukrainian Football League in the last year and a half.
Well,
it's extraordinary.
They talked initially about playing it somewhere else, about playing league matches in Poland, for example, who obviously have a very close relationship with Ukraine, and where Shakhtar played their European games last year, because obviously UEFA forbid them to play games in a country that's at war. But they backed down from that when President Zelensky said, right, we're having it in Ukraine, or we're not having it at all. So obviously no crowds, because they can't have a large gathering of people, so behind closed doors. And it has to be at a stadium with a bomb shelter. So you have a limited amount of stadiums, and the fixtures are all sorted for the season, but where exactly they are sorted normally a few weeks in advance. And what happens, the game will start, and if there's an air raid warning, then the players, officials, people who work for the clubs, they all have to come off the pitch and go in the air raid shelter. And when it's safe, they come back out and carry on the game. So the longest Ukrainian Premier League game we've had in the last year and a half is probably, it's about 5 hours with all the various stoppages.
You shouldn't laugh. It's extraordinary.
It is just unthinkable, really. So it's a very difficult situation. But for them to be able to keep going is something that they feel is massively important to do. Now, you talked about Shakhtar playing their matches in Europe as well. They played them last year in Poland, in Warsaw. This season, they're playing them in Hamburg, a sort of new market to conquer, if you like, because they got 45,000 people for their game against Porto there this week. So they've got a lot of people supporting them.
It's obviously a big football city, Hamburg, as well.
Yeah, that hasn't had a lot of success recently, so gratefully receives Champions League football. And for them, it's just super important for them to say, we're still here. And as Dario Serna put it to me, we're still alive. Yeah. And because news cycles move on. You know, that's how the world works. So even if war is horrific, people get desensitized to it. Yeah. You know, there's other stuff to talk about, like the climate, like the spiraling cost of living in this country for people. There are all sorts of different things to talk about, and people simply get on with their lives. So for Ukraine to be able to say, this is us, we're still here, we're still experiencing the situation, but we're still going, is really important for them.
Yeah. Let's talk quickly. We're getting on now. Just to, again, to tell what's going on here. I'm speaking to Andy Brassel. Andy's the author of a new book, We Play On: Shakhtar Donetsk's Fight for Ukraine, Football and Freedom. One of the country's foremost European football experts. Trying something a little different here on the Surrey broadcast, talking about one of the more fascinating and extraordinary sports stories of the last 20 years here, albeit nothing to do with cricket, but hopefully you're with us and you're still interested in this. Andy, it's now sort of 1:13. Players will be back out in about 10 minutes or so. Let's talk a little bit about a chap called Taras Stepanenko. So he's the captain of Shakhtar. He's played for Shakhtar for a decade now, at least.
Yeah, about 12 years.
Yeah, so a real sort of real icon of the club. He captained Shakhtar in Hamburg against Porto. Tell us about Taras' his life and what he's dealing with off the football pitch at the moment.
Well, I guess like everyone else in not just the playing staff, but the management, the admin staff as well. He's living away from his family at the moment, which is incredibly tough. So for their safety, that most of them, their families are not in Ukraine. He does still have family members in Ukraine. Like his mum and his sister are still there, but his family have gone to live in Spain, for example, and other people in the squad and in the staff, their families live in Lisbon, London, Poland, wherever. But that means that they only see their families once every 6 weeks, which is really, really tough. And so something that's hard. I mean, for him, the bit that really struck me is he's a very eloquent man who's always reading a book rather than his phone. And hopefully he'll be reading this one as well. And the moment that really struck me, a couple of days before I went out to see them in a mid-season training camp in Turkey, which was pretty much on the first anniversary of the war, so going back to February earlier this year. And Sergei Krivetsov, his best mate from Zaporizhia, where he's from, they joined Shakhtar together 12 years before. And Krivetsov now plays with Lionel Messi into Miami. He got a move out there. And they're just saying goodbye to him at the training camp. He's getting ready to leave, get his go to Poland and then get his flight to Miami. And the coach at the time, Igor Juricevic, is giving a speech to say thanks for everything you've done, Sergei, and we wish you all the best in the United States. And Taras Stepanenko, the captain, his best mate, just starts to really quietly cry. And at that point, they're not footballers. It's not about big moves. It's about, after everything he's been through, after the fact that their families are away from each other, his best mate's leaving. And he's just really sad about that for that moment. And the way he put it to me, he's like, we came here as kids, we won some big games, we lost some big games, won loads of trophies. Our wives are really good friends. Now our children, who've known each other since they were born, are good friends, and now they're living in different places. And it's just another reminder of how far apart everyone and everything is because of this. They've still got to carry on throughout it, but it's just incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's an extraordinary thing, and I don't think necessarily as you say, life moves on, and you know what's happening in Ukraine continues to happen, but life moves on. The people's agenda that they're presented every day that they follow, and the news moves on. But I don't think anyone would think if they happen to catch any of the Shakhtar game this week in the Champions League, anyone would think anything of what was going through those players' heads. They would look at it on TV and just think, yeah, those are footballers in that colour playing against footballers who are playing in that colour.
Yeah.
And you know the chaps who play for Porto, you know, would win, go to the airport in Hamburg, get a flight back to Porto, and then that's that. And then they'll play their Super League game in Portugal this weekend, and that's that. And you know, it's just not the same if you play for Shakhtar. But yet here they are, you know, competing at you know the highest level you can play at in world club football. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, and I'll be over there to see them next. I think probably at the start of November, when they're playing Barcelona, which again is, as you say, the absolute summit of European football. In there, they're still there despite everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is probably one to make a note for, isn't it? You know, Shakhtar Barcelona will be really, really quite something. Well, look, Andy, thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully, as I say, this hasn't been cricket chat, but you know, hopefully the power of the story has kept you engaged. As you can see now on the screens, you've got Dom Sibley and Ben Folkes there, just doing a bit of shadow batting down by the boundary, ready to go back out. One final plug, if I could get camera 7, please, from Jake. He says breaking the third wall. If you see here in the camera, we play on Shakhtar Donetsk, Fight for Ukraine, Football and Freedom by Andy Brassel, published by Robinson. It is coming out, Andy, when?
A week today, so Thursday, September 28th.
Thursday, September 28th. So if you've been engaged with what Andy's saying, interested in what Andy's saying, you can get your pre-orders in now, or buy it from all good bookshops as of next Thursday. We play on Shakhtar Donetsk's Fight for Ukraine, Football and Freedom. Andy Brassel, thanks so much for joining us. I'm going to pass over to Phil Walker. You're going to pass over to Taha Hashim. And ladies and gentlemen, the second session of day 3 is on its way. Thank you very much.
Yeah, fascinating stuff there. Thanks to John Surtees and Andy Brassel. Okay, so the afternoon session is almost upon us. The Northamptonshire, with a bit of pep in their step, I would imagine, are just preparing to make their way onto the field. Surrey's not out batters, Dom Sibley, Ben Folkes. Big challenge for those two this afternoon because the ball has moved around appreciably. Decent overhead conditions for seam bowling, and a scorecard that makes very good reading as it stands for the visitors. They put together 357, held together by that beautiful 150 by Karen Nair, and a very useful hand as well by Tom Taylor late yesterday afternoon before the rains came. And this morning for Surrey, it's been hard yakka, 3 down for 56, 1 or 2 rather inauspicious shots in truth. Dom Sibley remains pretty ramrod solid and straight, 32 from 81, much as you would expect, and Ben Folkes newish to the crease, just 2 from 11. Taha Hashim is with us this afternoon. First stint of the game, Taha?
Afternoon, Phil. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, have you been following it closely, keeping a beady eye on the streams?
I have, very much so. Been, was keeping tabs of Cameron Nair's knock yesterday. I know you're a big fan of Rohit Sharma, and there were sort of touches in the setup of Cameron Nair's to Rohit, that's right?
Very much so. Glad you noticed, because I might have made that point once or twice myself. Yeah, he was a joy to watch. Started skittishly and then really grew into his work. Finally went this morning for 150. Anyway, here we are. It's going to be Sanderson again to resume as expected. The senior man, and no ball to kick off. Not the ideal start, but they've done very well up until now. They've shown great discipline and control, and they've threatened both sides of the bat as well. Ryan Patel, I think, will be a little bit frustrated with himself. Rather spooned one to cover, having looked pretty good. Rory Burns caught in the grabbers. early on. And so Surrey just behind the 8 ball as it stands. Runs this time, and that will run away for 4 quite easily off the hip by Ben Folkes. So decent start to this critical afternoon session, really. Coming to you, Taha, how do you see Surrey going about this? Because there are so many permutations as we move into the last third of this game, certainly in terms of time, if not in terms of overs. 71 and a bit overs scheduled to bowl today. That will be weather dependent and light, probably more likely towards the back end of the day. Nonetheless, we'll get the vast majority of those, and then a big, long, elongated day tomorrow. But with Essex doing some good work at Chelmsford, 5 down, Hampshire were at lunch. Then it's a rather tangled web, isn't it, for Surrey? How do you imagine they're going to go about this one? 62 for 3.
I don't think they'll be focusing too much on what's happening elsewhere. I think with the 2 players you've got out there in the middle, Dom Sibley 32 off 81 at the moment, Ben Folkes as well. You've got 2 very sensible players. They will take their time. They'll acknowledge that it was Northampton's morning, and they've got 4 seamers who have been very accurate and just haven't gone for any. And so they'll be patient now here to begin with, just try and get a sense of a rebuild. 62 for 3, still trailing by close to 300. I don't think we're going to see any incredible acceleration here in this session. There's also, for Surrey, I guess the key missing name at the moment is Jamie Smith, who's away with England. They're maybe just lacking that bit of extra little oomph in the middle order.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, really. He's obviously with England, not before time as well, but he's not available here. Ben Folkes solidly in behind Ben Sanderson straight after lunch. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Jamie Smith has really kicked on this year. He's upped his strike rate, hasn't he, in red ball cricket. He's become that point of difference in the middle order. And they really do miss him. He would be in there at 4. Thoughts on the Sudharsan wicket?
I think I may have missed that one.
Well, it looked a rather questionable decision to me with the naked eye. I was watching from the stand, so I haven't actually seen it on the monitor played back. But certainly the debutant was not too happy, indicating that it may well have brushed the arm rather than the glove. Nonetheless, he had to go. Caught behind by McManus from the bowling Luke Proctor just for 3. So disappointment for the Indian starlet. And just looking again at Surrey's middle order, Cameron Steele, who began the season so brilliantly, of course, with that 140 and has been a real good presence for Surrey in the middle order. But he's in at 6, and then you have the, if you like, the bowling all-rounders, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Tom Laws. Ben Folkes solid as a rock. First over gone in the afternoon session, 62 for 3 from 29. So yeah, you feel like they need to just consolidate here, because one thing they do not want, Surrey, I think they can handle a shake hands draw some point tomorrow afternoon, walk away with 5 points, walk away with 3 with the ball already, of course, and wait and see where they get up to with the bat. I think they can handle a draw, but they don't want to find themselves scrapping to save this game and potentially losing those 5 points for the draw. Essex, of course, began this penultimate round 17 points in arrears from Surrey. So what's happening at Chelmsford is very central to what's happening here as well. It's going to be Jack White, as predicted, to pick things up from our end as we look at it, the JM Finn stand end. And these have really been Northants' key men throughout the summer. They've carried this pace attack on their back of Ben Sanderson and Jack White. They've shared 64 wickets between them coming in to this game, and they were good, I thought, pre-lunch. Bounding run up. He's gone up and he's given him. No hesitation whatsoever by the umpire. and Dom Sibley has to go, beaten for pace, bit of a nip backer by Jack White. Surrey in all kinds here, 62 for 4 now, and their rock at the top has gone.
Dom Sibley here trying to look to clip off the pads, looked to touch high to me, but Sibley sort of walked off, didn't look like he had any problems with that decision.
Certainly beaten by the nip back off the seam. They've got movement throughout the day. That looks pretty adjacent to me, perhaps around the knee roll, possibly slightly above it. Sibley just looks back behind him and has no option but to drag himself off. There were 1 or 2 similar stifled appeals in the morning session against Sibley. The umpire's finger was up almost before the play had finished. He was in absolutely no doubt. Surrey in a pickle here, Taha Hashim.
Yeah, as he's missed that, he's probably just hoping that maybe it's just sliding down the leg side, but no, it looked a good shout. And Jack White celebrating. Perfect start for Northampton after a really good morning as well for them. And now suddenly, there's a sense of jeopardy here at the Oval. We haven't really felt that with Surrey over this season, over last season as well. But suddenly Northampton's now thinking that maybe they could spring something special here, especially with a Surrey middle order that's lacking in Jamie Smith. Cameron Steele's obviously had quite a good summer with the bat, but Smith has been their main man, the guy who can kind of just shift the momentum of the game so quickly with just a couple of drives through the covers.
Yeah, they certainly miss Jamie Smith, but this is the nature of being one of the most successful clubs in the country, that your players are going to be pulled hither and thither as international calls come and go. No Jamie Smith, but Cameron Steele is among us, and as Taha says, he's had a very tidy year with bat and ball. Let's that one go. Yeah, Cameron Steele second in the averages in Championship cricket for Surrey. He's only played, this is just his 6th game of the campaign, but he's made that 141 as we mentioned, and another 50s, lurking around the late 40s for the year. Picked up a few as well with the ball, and he's become quite a key man here, and they need a few from him. They are still 295 away from parity here, and while there are any number of scenarios whereby Surrey can still pull this one out of the bag, they need first innings runs, and they need to get up to within around 250, 300 you would think, to keep themselves in the game. Now of course they may yet go way past the 350 mark and put pressure on Northampton towards the afternoon tomorrow, but as it stands they just need to hold on to that Northampton first innings and not let it get away from them.
I think anything above 350 at the moment feels ambitious. Right now it's just about finding some level of safety, which is sort of just over a day and a half left in this game.
Yeah, the ball is doing plenty here as well. It's almost like the pitch has quickened up a touch, and these very, very good medium fast seamers are really exploiting it well. They've hunted well as a pack, not seen any spin at all really across the whole game up until now. On the way down, just took the glove, took the bottom hand of Cameron Steele, but again just get a sense of a bit of up and down bounce, especially from this end. We've seen it throughout the game. Tom Taylor was hit, and Justin Broad as well was hit a couple of times on that bottom hand in the first innings from this end. Tom Law's got 1 or 2 to kick, and further evidence of perhaps just a tiny bit of uneven bounce from this end towards the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end, and certainly they can look to exploit that. Intriguing times in the Champo, folks, and Hampshire resuming for the afternoon session at Chelmsford. 5 down, and they lost 3 in a row, didn't they, just before lunch, to really shift the dial towards Essex in that one. It's going to be Sanderson again, and Ben Folkes, signature style, very watchful, plays very straight. So, Taha Hashim, there has been an email that's just popped up on my account. Essex cricket statement on Alistair Cook. Just come back to that. Now, this would have been in response to a story this morning that Sir Alistair may be about to announce his retirement, and Essex have refuted this in a rather terse statement. Essex Cricket would like to clarify that, contrary to news articles published today, Alistair Cook will be discussing his playing future with the club at the end of the current season. Cook and the first team squad are fully focused on the last 2 LV Insurance County Championship matches. Solid again by Alistair Cook, by Ben Folkes. Well,
I thought you were about to just announce that it was done.
Well,
but I guess not.
I think
Show goes on.
I think it's fair to say that this isn't going to exactly douse the flames of speculation around Alistair Cook's immediate future in the first-class game. But you can understand, I guess, why mid-game they want to focus the attentions away from Cook's plans. Worked into the onside for a single. So it'll bring Cameron Steele onto strike from this end as we're looking at it for the first time. Yeah, I don't think this will silence the conversations. Of course, he made a blob, got an absolute jaffa, didn't he, in the first dig. Got Mohammed Abbas early on at Chelmsford.
Echoes of that delivery that Abbas bowled to Ben Stokes.
Yes.
3 years ago at Old Trafford in that COVID test match.
When Stokes just looked around as baffled as we all were. Inside edge onto the boot, I think, by Cameron Steele, a little bit iffy.
Sanderson still trying to find the right spot since the lunch break. He's bowled a couple of front foot no balls, been a bit too straight at times. Now he's got the new batters to play with. 4 slips in for Cameron Steele.
Yeah, they've attacked and they've attacked hard. Of course, they are still theoretically in this scrap, in this dogfight to stay up. Northants, all credit to them. They've been superb throughout this game. They've been doughty, frustrated Surrey every turn. And it's not carried. Definite edge. Might have just been on the half volley to Lewis McManus. Stifled appeals. I think it may have just not quite carried. Died on him. Taha, how did you see it?
Let's have a look here on the replay. I think we might just be cut out at the bottom. Let's see. My first instinct was that it had carried.
But it was certainly on the way down. Significant, appreciable edge.
This will help.
Ben Sanders has not had much luck up to now, because he's bowled that line perfectly here, just on the bounce. Again, tempter outside off stump. Surrey having to survive here, really having to hunker down because the ball is doing all sorts. Delightful conditions, not quite as windy as it was earlier in the game either, where Surrey's seamers struggled to control the lateral movement as the gusts of wind really did power across the ground, right to left as we look at it on screen. But it's calmed down here. You can see the flags fluttering forlornly really above the pavilion, and ideal conditions here for skillful, classy, insistent seam bowling, which is what Northants stand for. 4 down, just 65 on the board. Yeah, so Alistair Cook, as it was announced this morning, or suggested in one of the newspapers, that he will be making an announcement on his first-class future in due course. We can only speculate on that, but in the meantime he and his team have a game to win. Hampshire 173 for 5, and the permutations down at Chelmsford are pretty straightforward. You would think they've got to try and bowl Hampshire out and then put them back in and let Simon Harmer run at them some point tomorrow afternoon. Foolish, but not timed this time. rather squeezed and skewed up to mid-off. So the squeeze is on here.
Feels like a, with the Cook news or the non-news, and you talk there about Harmer running through Hampshire. It feels like the sort of final battle of the two county dynasties of the last few years, doesn't it?
Indeed, and we were going through the various maths permutations this morning, and one option, of course, was a shared pennant, which would be the case in the event of a tie, 200 and plenty points apiece. Such is the beautiful nature of this eccentric thing we love so much, that potentially those two hegemonic counties could just shake hands on a shared pennant for only the 4th time in history. That would be plenty to go yet, but certainly, as it looks at the moment at least, bubbling up to a humdinger of a finale next week, of course, where they swap around. Northants play Essex, Hampshire play Surrey. Bowled him! Thank you very much. Neck and crop. It's held its line. It's crashed into off stump, uprooted it. Northants a cock a hoop here, Taha Hashim. 5 down now, Surrey, and in a right old pickle.
Yeah, Surrey and all sorts. This is beautiful bowling here from Jack White from the Vauxhall end. Earlier in this session, he got one to go into Dom Sibley and trap the opener LBW. This time, I think, as we'll see in the replay, the ball's held its line, it's taken off stump.
Well. Cameron Seal has to go. It was a tortured 8-ball blob, in truth. And again, indication that the ball is holding its line and jagging this way and that. 1 or 2 inside edges onto the pad, couple of play and misses, a almost carried catch in the previous over to McManus just on the half volley, and then cleaned up and then some. This is as emphatic as it gets.
Here we go. Yeah.
It's held its line. It's not done a massive amount.
Not a massive amount, but
it's just done enough, though, isn't it?
Compare that to the Sibley delivery, which jagged in quite appreciably.
Well. 5 down, Surrey. Well behind in this game. Who saw this on Tuesday morning? Who had this on their county championship bingo card, that Surrey would win the toss under dark apocalyptic skies? It's been the policy for the last 2 years, and it's really borne fruit for them. Well, it hasn't done this time. Northants stuck at it, batted across 3 days in the end for 357, and have been irresistible with the ball up until now. They've blown away Surrey's top order. They're into the bowling all-rounders now. Jordan Clark is with us. Made that brilliant 100, of course, against Notts a couple of months back, but this is not on the cards. A lot, you feel, rests on Ben Folkes, their classiest player left. And the rebuild job, as planned at the start of this session, has already fallen away. It's got to be close, No. Perhaps.
Just sliding down that one. A bit straighter than that Sibley delivery. This one moves into the right-hander.
Oh my. Well, benefit of the doubt goes to the batter on this occasion. As Taha says, possibly going down on that angle suggests it might just be shaving or missing leg stump, but another day, the finger goes up on that, certainly nowhere near the bat. We're watching something play out here. Better this time, and he will pick up a single. Good, solid, incisive batting moving into the ball this time, Jordan Clark. And it will need a counter punch from him, you feel, because Surrey, they don't want to just sit in here, because as we see, these seamers are troubling every batter who comes into the fray, and so perhaps this is a good time for a Jordan Clark-like player, with Jamie Overton in as well behind him. Perhaps those two can just wrest a bit of the initiative away from the visiting side. 4 slips again as Ben Sanderson prepares to resume from the far end. Jordan Clark will be facing up. Intriguing times here. It's been a vintage year for the Championship. The standard in the top division in particular has been superb, and this is further evidence that from top to bottom there is real class and real watchability here. Inside edge onto thigh pad.
Sudharson's overs feel like the ones we can get our breath back. It's White who's causing all the damage. Sudharsan did get that outside edge from Cameron Steele in that last over, but the ball just died as it carried to the keeper. It was White who did the damage, just going quite simply by just taking out the off stump.
Yeah, he's been superb as Jack White. 2 for 16 from 9, 4 maidens. Luke Proctor nipped in with 2 for himself as well, and 1 for Tom Taylor. Beauty, effortless as well. It just shows the life in this track.
That ball's just leapt out of nowhere.
We expected a pitch with life. It's the way that they do it here at the Kia Oval. It makes for fabulous seesawing cricket matches, but it keeps bowling sides in the game throughout the game, from start to finish. We're seeing it here again. Northamptonshire enjoying themselves. As we say, they are absolutely mathematically still in this scrap to avoid what looks like probable relegation, but you never know. Better this time by Jordan Clark, solidly up to mid-on. Yeah, if they can force the issue here, Northants, then they face Essex next week in what will be a shootout, you feel, at the moment. Both teams will be going hammer and tongs at each other to try and force a result come what may, which may play into Northants' hands. They'll be looking at maximum bowling points here. 5 down Surrey, inside 33 overs. Rousing stuff here by the visitors. Barely bowled a bad ball all day, Ben Sanderson. He over-pitched against Rory Burns and he was flicked through straight mid-wicket, but I can't really think of too many other shots in anger against him. He's bowled 3 no balls. That boundary 4, as mentioned. He's only gone for 21 across. This is now his 11th. So he's been broadly unhittable, and he's offered Northants that control that you need. And they've attacked and attacked hard at the other end. Metronomic stuff. If you're Jordan Clark here, Taha, how do you approach it? Because his natural inclination is to put bat and ball, of course. That 100 we mentioned earlier against Notts came in a similar scenario. I think Surrey was 70 for 4 on that occasion. And the counter-punching 100 from the middle to lower order has been a mark as well of Surrey's approach in red ball cricket the last 2 or 3 years.
And he had a very useful partnership with Ben Foakes in that match as well. I think the way he did play against Notts, people do sort of look at Jordan Clark and they think, obviously with the strong build and the way he does hit the ball, that you think, yeah, he can just go in, smash it to all the parts. But he does play responsibly. He will take his time. He won't go ultra aggressive to begin with. That 107 off 142 balls against Notts, no sixes in that, just 17 fours. He played responsibly. He played calmly. He's just quite a level head to have in this scenario with folks at the other end. So Jamie Overton plays a slightly different brand. I mean, they often get, I think, bunched together, but Overton is more of the 6-hitter, whereas Clark will keep on the carpet.
Works off the hip by Ben Foakes, who remains entirely unflustered by the chaos taking place at the other end, which is the way that he plays, of course. He's been essential to Surrey's game plan all summer. And he's been reliable as well, of course. Made good runs. He made 300s as well across his 11 games, this being his 12th. When he gets in, he makes it count. They're going to need him today. Further movement again off the pitch. Well judged this time by Jordan Clark, but every ball is a challenge here.
It's that sort of cramping line where you can feel that Clark just wants to let his arms go outside off stump. The ball just comes back in, it just follows you. So White will bowl those sort of nip backers and hope, just again, as he did with Cameron Steele, for the odd one to just straighten and go the other way.
Stifled appeal too high this time, I think, and perhaps slightly outside the line. Nothing doing there, but again, every ball's an examination here. It's been superb stuff since lunch by Northants. Nobody gave them a prayer coming into this week. Turned over by Warwickshire right at the last in that game last week, and you thought that was probably their race run, and they would have been psychologically, it would have been understandable if they'd come down here on a downer, lose the toss, play a few shots, leave it in the fate of the gods. But no, they've been absolutely brilliant here. It's shot in the arm, not just for them but for the championship itself. And Surrey right up against it. So if it is Sir Alistair's last hurrah, Taha, do you think you'll be heading up to, well, heading down to the Aegeus next week? Do you think you might one last trip to see the great man? I think I might be tempted. In fact, of course, he'll be up to Wantage Road. They're playing Hampshire this time round, so it will be his finale if indeed that story is correct. And of course, we do stress we do not know that. But yeah, Wantage Road, what a place to go out. 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 test match runs, whatever it was in the end. We shall see how that story develops.
Did you listen to his interview in the summer with our very own Dan Norcross?
I did actually, yeah. It was quite revealing. Still has cricketing nightmares.
But I thought the bit on the 10,000 test runs was particularly interesting. That was the ambition for him. That was the thing that kept him going. And once he got past there, he just lost a little bit of. And it's a revealing thing, because players often have to talk about the team goal.
Yeah.
And it's the team thing that drives them to win the Ashes for England, that type of thing. But there are individual things in there, and for him it was 10,000 test runs. Quite an interesting thing.
Yeah. 69 for 5 after 34. It's going to be Sanderson to continue from the far end. Yeah, I interviewed him actually on the eve of that tour. I think they were going out to South Africa perhaps, and he was a few shy of 10,000, and I asked him if he knew exactly how many, and he said, yeah, I know. He was about 80 odd runs shy. And again, bounce this time, but leg side-ish. Not sure if he got much bat on that. Jordan Clark might have inside edge onto the pad. No, leg by it is. And he knew. And as he said to me, quite pointedly perhaps, you can't argue with anyone who's got 10,000 runs. And there was a quote which stuck by me, because he went through various different challenges, iterations as a player. He went through the ringer as well, of course, as captain in Australia in particular. Foolish and not timed at all, aiming for mid-off and hit mid-wicket. Yeah, you just got the sense with him that it was eliminating all questions, all arguments, and that you put yourself on that Mount Olympus of 10k, you are alongside the all-timers. And nobody can brook any argument once you've reached that kind of summit.
Obviously, when he was at that point, it did feel like he could go right to the top and take Tendulkar's record.
Well left, but again, jagging back on the seam. Yeah, it's quite quirky, I suppose, that he's played out there quite happily enough in the Shires for, what, 3 years now, since that retirement?
I mean,
4 years?
5 years now since he...
So it was 2018 here, wasn't it,
yeah,
when he walked off against India? Yeah, right, so this is the 5th year.
Probably around this time, I guess.
Yep. What a moment that was. We were here covering it. It's the place for the weepy farewell. They've had more test match farewells than any other ground by miles. Foolish. In a bit of a tangle, but it's okay. Fallen dead at his feet for Ben Folkes. Remains broadly unperturbed. Just 9 from 30, so he's setting his stall out. He's going to try and bat time, I think. Let the more expansive players play around him. That's his role in this side. 5 down for 70. Well, 287 still the deficit. Skewed into the offside, but all along the floor. Again, further evidence it's not quite there for the batters just yet. And Sanderson, who just has that magical knack of finding that natural length. You feel like he's one of those seamers who's indelible to county cricket, who could literally do it with his eyes closed. You could mark him out on his run up and he could run in, land it on a length, time after time after time. One of the great survivors of English cricket. He's in again. Superb stuff. So 36 gone, 70 for 5. Surrey in a bit of a hole, rebuilding job. Adam Collins is going to take over from me. I'm going to go and try and find my specs because I've not been able to see for the last half an hour. I hope that didn't come across. Here it is.
Missed all the action. Now a little bit of rain in the air, I'm told, which might have its say as we get deeper into this third afternoon. Surrey having lost 2 wickets after the resumption with the score on 62 and 66. And White with both of them continues. He's been a threat throughout, White. 42 wickets in the season at just over 26. He's been the Northants attack leader. Sanderson with a few niggles along the way, but White fighting fit, getting the ball hooping around and asking good questions throughout. Hello, Taha.
Hi, Adam. Yes, he's been relentless so far this session. Just nipping that ball in, and so he trapped Dom Sibley LBW first up, and then in his very next over got one to just straighten into Cameron Steele, take out off stump. It's been excellent so far. Just a bit too straight there.
Yeah, it does make Folkes a massive wicket, doesn't it? They see the back of Folkes in this spell, and of course Surrey have remarkable depth in their batting, but you know that number in the corner of the screen, 286, is what the home side trail by. It does bring the follow-on into the frame, and given where Northants are, and we can do some scenario building around Northants here as well, I think we're entitled to. We did a lot around Surrey and Essex at the top of the table earlier today, but Northants still mathematically a chance of staying up. Well worked for at least one. Folkes in double figures. They return for a second, but we started this round with Northants a long way from safe harbour. They were on 63 with Kent 93, Middlesex 95, so more than a game away from both of those. They've got a tough fixture next week as well. They finish with Essex, albeit at Wantage Road. But if you dare to dream, if you're a Northants fan, and think about what might be possible, it really comes down to how Middlesex and Kent end their campaigns. Of course, a really long time, a long way to go, but it's not for nothing either. And that's the beauty of the championship, isn't it? That this time last year it was Yorkshire that came here in third last position. A week later were relegated. Warwickshire staying up on the final day. So it might be the right time to go around the grounds to see what's happening at Lord's to begin with. Plenty of fans in, school kids. I can't quite see them. They must be near RFX, Mike. They're making lots of noise. Nothing wrong with that. Enjoying their day at the Kia Oval. So, Middlesex are batting a second time now. They're still trailed by 153. They were all out 121 on day one. Warwickshire replied with 315 for Warwickshire. It was a century from the captain, Will Rhodes, and 99 from Danny Briggs down the list, batting at number 8. 6 wickets for Timmy Murtagh, 6 for 83.
Oh, surely there must have been some temptation for him to go and try and get those 1,000 first-class wickets. I think he's on 957 now.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. So Middlesex still lots of work to do. They need 153 more to make Warwickshire bat a second time. Ends the over, 3 runs from it, 73 for 5 after 36, trailing by 284. And then we've got the other game that's pertinent is Somerset-Kent, and look, Kent aren't going to win that. Match delay by rain still at Taunton. They've only been able to get 86 overs in. Somerset 404 for 4.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore there.
Yes.
Was called up by England this morning. And 68 off 31, 8 sixes there.
He's maybe, it's like when you've got a wedding to go to in club cricket. You know, you start at 1, wedding that afternoon, you can play till tea. This might be more an Australian thing, but bear with me. And you bat first. I've got to get out at tea anyway. I want to give it absolutely everything. But yes, 68 from 31 suggests he's got a booking later this evening with the England team, which he's been called up for. Lewis Goldworthy, 122, and Tom Lammonby, who enjoyed such a great start to his first-class career. 109 for him for the left-hander. So, yes, rain there. So, Kent would be very likely to get away with a draw there unless something miraculous happens, which doesn't help Northant's cause. Give Kent a bit of a buffer. Even if they didn't collect, well, they may still. There's still 24 overs to go until the end of the bowling point piece. I don't think that would be enough though. If Kent draw or Middlesex lose, that still gives Northants a route to staying up.
So look at the ball there.
Yeah. It's the second time they've thrown it over to the umpires, second time they've been sent back. And then next week, in terms of the way the games finish in the bottom half of the draw, Middlesex away at Trent Bridge. Northants hosting Essex. A lot could be riding on that game. Very alive at both ends of the table. Short taken on. Bang. Into the seats. Have that. Clark counter-attacking up to 9. Sanderson at 72 mile an hour. Not quite quick enough with that bumper to threaten the player of Clark's class.
Maybe this is all just a tactic to get that ball changed.
Yes.
I think Jordan Clark hits it hard enough that something happens. I think Northants maybe just finding that a little less movement in these last few overs.
Just to round out that conversation, Kent playing Lancashire next week. So, in all probability, Kent will be all but safe. It'll come down to whether, if Middlesex lose, and of course, it's a long way from Surrey being done here, but if it were to play out that way, and you are a Northants fan, there is a way that can work. But for the time being, we're going to see Surrey try and put a bit of pressure back on the fielding team. Still 4 slips in position. Speaking of Essex, Taha, we can, I'm told, take a look at the most recent Hampshire wicket, which I think is going to be Ben Brown. Why don't we try and flash that up? Ben Brown. Conventional off-spinner's wicket, Simon Harmer. He's got 4 of them. Always dangerous down at Chelmsford in September, Simon Harmer. So Hampshire 195 for 6. They trail by 252. Essex in the box seat there. They want to get a wriggle on there and get them following on as soon as possible. Oh, that's glorious. Just perfect from Sanderson. Had Clark caught on the crease. Playing down the wrong line fractionally, but with that extra movement that Sanderson exacts, gets himself in the book at the perfect time. 79 for 6, Surrey in a world of pain. They still trail by 278. Game on at the Keir Oval.
Beautiful shape from Ben Sanderson. It's been Jack White who'd picked up the 2 earlier wickets in this session, but Sanderson's plugged away from the other end, kept things tight. Clark hooked him for 6 earlier in the over, but this was a good retort, pitched up and getting the outside edge. Here's the replay.
And this is where he needs to be, just in that channel.
Yep.
You can see Clark trying to get forward, just caught maybe a wee bit on the crease, and it's the movement that does him.
Moving away, forcing the prod.
Yeah.
Clark sort of had to go and have a little nibble at it. Just a little thin edge.
To the safe gloves of Lewis McManus.
Surrey in all sorts.
And they are really in strife here. They need Jamie Overton to deliver with the bat. He's not had a huge amount of work to do with the ball in his couple of games back in the side, although he did take 3 wickets in Northampton's first innings. But we know what a threat he can be, especially when counter-attacking. And there with Ben Foakes, a man who he represented England with last year.
Yeah, sorry, just they'll want Overton to attack a bit, but you still want that grown-up batting from the other end from Ben Foakes. 79 for 6, all sorts.
So wickets falling after lunch with the score on 62, 66 and 79. And when you go back to when the second wicket fell at 43, it's a collapse of 5 for 36 as Daniel backseat drives behind me. 5 for 36, and can they let it ride here? Sanderson, last ball of his over, 4 slips, finds the inside part of Overton's bat. He's off the mark, keeps the strike. Another successful over for Northampton, who are on a roll after lunch. 80 for 6, Taha Hashim jumping out, Daniel Norcross jumping in with me. And Daniel will be filthy. I can tell from his body language he's not happy. We always try our level best to be impartial with the way we call games, but Daniel, Surrey lifer through and through, he is starting to worry.
I hate cricket. It's just been a wretched hour and a half if you're a Surrey fan. 2 hours watching Hampshire throw away their wickets with gay abandon before lunch, as Surrey were chipped away at by this very noble attack.
Oh, cut in half. White doing a lot right here. No footwork from Overton, new to the crease.
The little things have not gone Surrey's way today. 50-50 calls not helped themselves. I don't think they've been really positive enough with the bat. I understood entirely the approach. Get in, don't do anything daft, just bat. But they got a bit becalmed here.
Yeah, we had slightly different thoughts on this, didn't we? I mean, my instinct, inside edge again, was that Surrey, with the depth they enjoy and with the power hitting that we know they have all the way down the list, that it wasn't, I mean, this is now gone in terms of a scenario, but it wasn't completely counter to their interest to get bowled out for 250.
Not entirely. I mean,
get the batting point,
gives them a better chance,
and give themselves a chance to get the bowling boots on, and enhances the chance of taking the 10 further wickets they need for a come-from-behind victory from roughly 100 behind on the first innings. But to do that, you've got to play shots like that. Overton up and over the top of cover. There's that counter-attacking zeal that we're seeking from the big man. 84 for 6. No, that in order to give themselves a chance of setting up something like that, they needed to probably go at 5s. But they were just pinned back early on. I think at one point they were 16 for none after 12. Burns and Sibley doing everything they could to hold on against a stern interrogation, but falling either side of lunch. Patel, Sudharsan in there as well.
Yep. Well, our thinking in part was just to play normal cricket, play a natural game, and Burns and Sibley's natural game is to get themselves in, take their time.
Overton's to go at it. Oh, close! Turned down.
That's a little high. He's a tall man, Overton. He got a bit of a stride in, and he's rubbing, as you can see, he's rubbing just above the pad flat. And Once you get as high as that on Overton, it's one
of those that, if technology is available to the fielding team, they're challenging that, I think.
Seen them given.
Yeah, they're one of those that could easily end up being an umpire's call.
Now,
clouds getting darker.
I tell you though, it's just a possibility. I'll come back to clouds in a moment.
Still the 4 slips. Can they get one more here?
Because the weather app that I use has said, well, it said it's raining in Lambeth already.
Oh.
And it's going to rain for at least 60 minutes.
Okay.
You can see from those pictures there, the lights are on, and it's a very, very dark sky above. That would certainly put the kibosh on any thoughts of a Surrey win. Not that I think any Surrey fan at the moment is even contemplating how they might win this game.
So those clouds over the back of the Archbishop Tennyson School. Over to the west. Good again from White. 2 for 25 for him, 84 for 6, Surrey.
I think the other part of the equation was that Northants have struggled a little bit outside their opening bowlers to take wickets. Sanderson and White are on at the moment. And I think the thinking was, see through that opening spell. And then things ought to get a little easier when the opening bowlers have come off. Well, not a bit of it.
Well, straight away for Taylor, wasn't it?
Yep.
Squaring up Burns.
That was a big wicket.
And so it proved for Proctor as well. The captain getting himself on at the right time when there was pressure there. Ball just knew enough to nibble around. False stroke from Patel. So this will be a long spell, you'd imagine, with Sanderson and White, the openers in operation. But yes, Patel caught at cover. Sudharsan wasn't thrilled with the decision by the looks of things.
He didn't look happy with it. Neither did Jordan Clark, really. But, you know, it's one of those ones where the ball might just have tickled and brushed a bit of glove in the case of Sudharsan. And with Jordan Clark there, I wonder if it was just a little flick on the bottom hand, perhaps. Didn't look like outside edge.
It was a delivery just like that in his previous over. Folks beaten.
It's at no great pace, this, 72 miles an hour, but cricket watchers of a certain vintage might be a little bit reminded of David Masters, who bowled at that kind of pace and did just enough with the ball.
The benefit of the speed guns this week is getting a feel for just how they're getting it through, and I don't think they're without their imperfections. We've seen balls from White clocked with enormous range.
He's done him again.
Beauty. I mean, that's hard graft, no matter when you're coming in, what the scoreboard says. Seeing it again, Folks has no choice but to play down that very line. You can see the back foot slip across in front of his stumps.
Well, these are exactly the conditions you might want to bowl in, aren't they? Yeah. Thick cloud cover. We've had a bit of warmth in the day, and now that's just changing as the clouds have rolled in. Looking away to my right over southwest London, which is where the weather comes in. Some of those buildings are becoming invisible, enveloped by the clouds.
Bit of thunder outside, I'm told, as well. This could be a small window here for Northants to get the 7th wicket before they go off.
Well, you know what lightning does? That guarantees a 30-minute break, doesn't it?
Yes, so, I mean, if there's thunder, then by definition there is lightning somewhere.
There's lightning somewhere, but I don't quite know precisely how that works. I don't think the umpires take them off for the thunder. They've got to see the lightning, so they understand its proximity. There we go. We see that is the direction from which the weather is coming, and they're starting to get a little blurry in the distance, those buildings.
Yeah, those buildings in front of shot, that's the Tennyson School.
Also, I don't know if our cameras can pick this up, but the ground staff away to our left on the gas holder side are all in position. They're all sat there waiting to rush on with the covers. Their weather apps are telling them the same thing as mine is. I've watched a lot of rain this summer, but I'm speaking in an entirely partisan way here when I say
All right.
Wouldn't be disappointed to see quite a lot of it right now.
We're seeing the umpires come together. Paul
This
Pollard
could be light.
and Rob White. It could be. They've been taken off for light a couple of times through the match.
Or is it the ball? Because I think this might be the ball.
Yeah, it is. This is the third crack they've had at getting the ball changed. I'm
not quite sure why they want it changed, Colo, because it's doing all sorts at the moment. There is the ground staff.
I suppose here at the Oval they might pluck out one of those ones from 2018.
Let's hope not.
It's a bit droll from you there. It's kind of an if you know, you know kind of inside gag for those who are watching the fallout of the Ashes Test here in July.
I have to say that was one of the great moments because it was actually quite scandalous, the change of the ball.
Good colour.
Very good colour, wasn't it?
Completes the maiden. 84 for 6. Still 273 behind after Northants were out, having added 6 runs to their overnight tally for 357. At the start of this morning, a couple of overs on. Kieran Nyart last man out for 150. And from there it's been all about Northants, who've found themselves in a very tough position this season, having won only one game. That's back in April against Middlesex. Well, the chance to turn over the team at the top of the table. 4 wickets to get in this first innings, and also fighting against light and weather.
When was your last update from Chelmsford?
We saw the Simon Harmer wicket on our screen, actually, picking up Ben Brown. Caught it short leg. That made them 6 down. What are they now, Hampshire?
Well, they are still 6 down, crawling a bit. 203 for 6. Still need another 95 runs to avoid the follow-on.
Okay. We might do a little bit around the grounds more generally. We briefly went to the game at Lords as it relates to Northants' hopes of staying up. Middlesex still a fair way behind in that game, batting a second time. 140 runs adrift, still none down.
Kent
of note.
Somerset.
Kent Somerset's kept raining. They've only got 86 overs in the whole game. 404 for 4 there.
So only 1 point. 1 point for Kent at the moment, but they're pretty much guaranteed the draw, aren't they?
Yeah, they'll
Can't
get
see
the
a way
draw.
that Somerset can manufacture 20 wickets.
Worcestershire Durham's been a farce. They've only had 47.4 overs across nearly 3 days. Worcestershire.
Only 34 overs at Derby.
Yeah. Well, for Worcestershire though, that might be enough. You know, on leg stump that's just off the pad. Fairly confident the draw wraps up both their promotion interests and Durham winning Division 2.
Now it is getting dark as well, you know. I mean,
they'll have the reading from day one, which they did use yesterday. So when they went off yesterday, it was light followed by heavy rain, but light got them first. And I think that was what played out late on day one, the second of our delays.
Well, you can tell the shadows. We're seeing 4 shadows per fielder out there now, and that's usually a pretty good indicator that the lights are starting to take over from natural light.
You missed the cliche. Oh, well, the artificial light has taken over.
It's taken over, Colo. It's a coup.
You can always tell with the 4 shadows.
It's a coup.
The artificial light has taken over.
It really is very, very dark indeed. You may not be able to tell from your TV screens at home.
That's a throwback.
Richie would always do that, wouldn't
Yes.
he? And then the cameras would go and show a light on in a pavilion.
Yeah. Shot. Nice and compact from Folkes. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders to the pitch there and playing through the line. White, his long spell, has 2 balls left in the 13th over. I can see a world where the captain has another little trundle here with his medium pace before they seemingly inevitably go off.
Well, these two now have bowled a lot of these overs between them, but this would be the 27th of the 40 overs that will have been bowled at the end of this over.
So in addition to these two, we saw Taylor bowl 6 and Proctor bowl 7, both very effective. Took 3 for 29 between them, the change bowlers. Still got some medium pace from Broad. They've got some spin from Keogh. They chose to go out into this match without Kerrigan. Simon Kerrigan played last week at Warwickshire but didn't bowl very often. And you can understand that.
Well,
we're seeing more and more teams come to the Oval and not pick a spinner. But 2 weeks ago, Danny Briggs bowled a ton of overs in the first innings. So
Danny Briggs, who today made 99.
I did see that, yes, batting down at number 8. Century for the captain, Will Rhodes.
I'm quite surprised the umpires haven't at least looked at their light meters. or at least if they have, I haven't seen them do it.
Last ball here. Again, helped away. Not a great over from White. That might be the last ball of his spell. 7 runs coming from his 13th. Up to 91 for 6. Their deficit is 2.
Oh, now they're going
now
off.
They're off. Yeah, this is
the rain. The rain has
Rain's
begun.
got 'em. Rain's beat bad light. So, yes, the stumps are being pulled out, and the Northants players are accepting their fate. They're not kind of hanging around in the middle and hoping the rain will stop in a moment. They've realised that this is going to be a bit of a bother for them, having done so well after lunch. Surrey resumed at 56 for 3, already in trouble, and lost further wickets at 62. Sibley leg before wicket to White. Steele clean bowled by White for an 8-ball duck, and then Clark caught behind from the bowling of Sudharsan for 9 at that stage. They were 79 for 6, have added 12 further runs. Folks, 17 not out, Overton 6 from 9. Daniel Norcross.
Got some great pictures there. Just see how gusty it is. We had the camera showing you underneath the cover as it was being come on there, as it was being brought on, and the speed with which the ground staff have got out this protective matting to put over the surface of the pitch suggests that, well, firstly, it's a little bit wetter perhaps than it might look, but also that the ground staff know that there's, as Mark Church would say, there is wet rain in the offing.
That might be our cue to grab a cup of tea, because I suspect what they'll do here is call an early afternoon tea. That hasn't been confirmed yet, but that's normally the convention here once they've realised that play's a little ways away. So at 91 for 6, what are you seeing here on your app? I can't quite understand it. We've got, according to Daniel's app, now there's app wars at the moment, isn't there? This is AccuWeather. Other apps do, exist and so on. A 60-minute thunderstorm we're anticipating here.
Periods of rain and a thunderstorm for at least 60 minutes. And look, we all want to see cricket being played, but it's a long, hard season. And for Surrey, this thunderstorm might have come at not a bad time, but we'd like this thunderstorm, if it possibly could, to be an egalitarian thunderstorm that makes its way 25 miles or so to east-northeast in the direction of Chelmsford.
Not sure how Northants will feel about that, who desperately need to find a way to the finish line here. They've taken 6 wickets so far. The team on the top of the table, Surrey, a 91 for 6 in reply to 357. We'll take a beat here at the Kia Oval, and we will resume when we have some news about the resumption.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are back here at the Kia Oval, and the skies have cleared. There's a little bit of rubbish out towards our right as we look at it, but I think that will pass, and I think we'll be set fair for what promises to be an intriguing final session here. We've been off for some hour and a half, maybe even a little bit longer now. That unwanted band of weather came in, but now it has passed, and it's a balmy evening. Northants, unsurprisingly, are raring to go. They've been down by the players' entrances there for a little while, waiting for the umpires, and they are now emerging as well. Surrey's batters will be just girding their loins somewhat, because 6 down, they're staring down the barrel in this game. This was not on the cards when they won the toss 2.5 days ago and inserted Northants. They batted across 3 days to make 357, and then they've bowled inspired across the afternoon, really, to clean up 6 Surrey batters. Ben Foakes immovable, which has been the story for much of the summer. He's ramrod solid in the middle order for Surrey. He's 17, and Jamie Overton just getting going on 6. Big restoring job ahead of those two if Surrey are not to find themselves really in a mess going down the pipe into day 4 tomorrow. I'm with Cameron Ponsonby this afternoon. Any number of permutations playing themselves out here, Cameron. This is the stuff that we really live for, right? with events moving on at Chelmsford as well. Just a brief update on that. Last we saw 8 down Hampshire were, and they remain 8 down, so some kind of crumb of comfort for Surrey fans that Hampshire are putting up a decent rear guard against Essex there. They are still, though, 127 behind, and in that one, Tom Prest, very good young player, he's just gone to his 100, so a crucial knock for Hampshire, and in the context of this run, this championship run-in, a really important knock for Surrey too. Surrey need to hold up their side of the bargain. A draw at this point looks like a decent result, bearing in mind that they took 3 bowling points, but they will need to get up towards 250 and above in order to pick up any batting points at all, and they certainly don't want to be staring down a defeat at some point tomorrow evening. So Cameron, as we gear up for this one, and it will be, as ever, Ben Sanderson running in from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. Everything to play for here. And of course, he's bang on the money. He's been metronomically accurate all afternoon. Cameron, how do you see this one?
Well, I was quite dismissive of Daniel Norcross's concerns about Surrey's position in the game earlier on. I think I've kind of been brainwashed into seeing Surrey win this season from all number of positions. It has been a kind of relentlessly accurate bowling display from Northamptonshire that's got them into an incredibly strong position in this game. By all conventional manners, they are well on top and would be looking to force a victory.
And of course, they need one. It is mathematically possible that the mother of all escapes could yet be on here. They've played inspired cricket here for the last 2 and a bit days. And if they can force a result here, and if then they can turn over Essex at the Wantage next week, in a game that of course could be absolute carnage if there's still something on it for Northants, with both teams going fully for the result come what may, anything can happen. There's plenty riding on the next couple of hours here. Runs behind square, will pick up a couple. Jamie Overton. Ben Foakes looking to force the issue, no, settling for a couple.
I think that is Northamptonshire's success in this match, and how well today has gone for them, has kind of taken away one element of the match, which was there was a feeling at some point, if it felt evens, that Northamptonshire and Surrey might try and contrive a result at some point. How can we garner this, that we both have something to play from the last day? Northampton have done so well, that's not kind of an option anymore. They'll be outright forcing for the outright kind of victory, whereas Surrey are now in a position of kind of clinging on.
In at the body this time, more runs into the onside. Thought about a second, wisely turned it down. Yeah, I think that's perhaps the least likely scenario of a bit of early morning manipulation, so to speak. I can't really see that playing out. I guess if folks in Overton were to bat well through into this evening session and get somewhere around 150 behind,
exactly,
then perhaps, but I don't think the maths and the time quite add up as it stands. Intriguing cricket match. Been a great season. Another play and a miss. Ben Sudharsan has had very little to show for his day's work, just that one wicket to fall, but he could have had a hatful. He's beaten the bat, again, especially against the right-handers, time after time after time. One of the great survivors of county cricket. Picked up Jordan Clark just before the break, caught behind. Clark didn't look too happy with the decision, and indeed one or two other Surrey players that's a tiny bit disgruntled with the fates. Rinse and repeat by Ben Sudharsan. Good stuff. 41 gone. Surrey inching along 94 for 6.
It's been a remarkable match in that we haven't seen a single over of spin. We're kind of relentless. I'm just kind of scrolling down the card, unless I'm mistaken, it's been right arm relentless. And again, we've seen just then that over there, Sanderson getting really kind of exaggerated seam movement. The run rate of the game, so Surrey are trundling along at 2.3 and over here, and they've been going at that rate throughout, and it's not been a case of the flurry of wickets fell and they've kind of hit the brakes. And likewise with Northamptonshire, apart from Tom Taylor, who's hurtling along at a strike rate of 85.
Yeah, he really did change the whole complexion of that innings, because Northants were listing along really 190 for 6 when he joined Karen Nair. Chance just wide of third slip, and they've had 4 slips in for much of the afternoon. Can't help thinking that with the scoreboard in such favour, they could have lived a little and got a 4th one in there. It would have gone straight to the man there, but runs away for 4. Tom Taylor it is to resume from the JM Finn stand end as we look at it.
It's a really intriguing kind of tactical decision from Northamptonshire there, because they've had those 4 slips and those 2 fielders in the offside ring throughout the innings, and that spare fielder where 4th slip was is now on the cover point boundary to Jamie Overton.
Overton's going to play his shots. You feel he has the highest strike rate in the history of T20. Do you know that, Cameron?
That's a fantastic statistic.
I'm not known for my stats, it's fair to say, but I was writing a piece on Jamie O the other day in the context of his brilliant season. Really, once he got through that early injury, he's been very, very useful with the bat, and he's comfortably the highest of the lot.
Strike of 174.07, I'll have you know now.
Lets this one go. Yeah, Andre Russell, Finn Allen et al. Are looking up at big Jamie O.
Is there a minimum innings kind of qualification there, or is it just?
There is, yeah. It's on that big site that you write for sometimes.
Big site, yeah.
I forget what it's called.
I can't remember myself, to be honest. And of course, he was not a too dissimilar situation that he had his heroic innings for England last season. He made 97 from number 8.
Cuffs that one away to the man on the boundary, so just for a single. But yeah, you feel like the game scenario here plays into Overton's attacking instincts, because if you prod around on a pitch with a little bit of give and a bit of life, then you're asking for it. Ben Folkes' natural inclination, he's so sound defensively that he can play slow heartbeat cricket, and that's fine, but you feel Overton's best chance of stamping his mark here is to go hard.
Well, Northamptonshire have made that change. The fielder that was out on the cover point boundary for Overton's come into a regulation cover for Folkes.
And he's right in behind that. This is how he will go about his business, you feel, this afternoon.
I'd be really intrigued to know from the kind of Northamptonshire dressing room why they've kind of made this change, because it was such a it was their kind of stock field, their go-to field for so much of this innings. It's done so well for them that they left that gaping hole in the offside and had that packed slip cordon. And given their dominance, their position in the game, I'm amazed they've kind of diverted from it.
He's done well as Lewis McManus to get a fingertip on that one and keep that down to a dot ball. That would have been 4 byes. It's really taken off, and we've seen it all game from this end in particular.
You've been signalled a no ball, which is 2 runs has brought up Surrey's 100. I believe that's for above head height.
It's one of the quirks of the game. No ball for head height. Yeah, just going back to that, it's the first time they've taken a backward step in the field. They've just tried to contain Jamie Overton, end of the over 42, gone now 101 for 6. They've just been trying to contain him, whereas they should have perhaps lived a little, gone for the jugular, had that 4th slip in, as you say. That's been the pattern throughout the afternoon. If they had done, Jamie O may well not be there.
Because I'm always incredibly reluctant to kind of directly correlate the number of slips with how attacking a field is. I think it's something we kind of confuse ourselves with, thinking, oh, with more slips means it's more attacking. Well, actually, you can bowl a bit straighter and maybe have a catch mid-wicket, and that is another viable attacking option. But as you see here from the other end, Sanderson, they've gone straight back to the field. So we do have that 4 slip in play now, and that 2 fielders in the offside ring.
Oh, it's just gone down on the bounce, I think, to Emilio Gay. It wasn't a chance. He'll be frustrated, though, that he's let that one through his legs, run away for 4. It's just died on him, taken the bottom part of Jamie Overton's bat, so not really a healthy edge as such.
I think that's the misfield of a cold, damp day, but then your fingertips are in pain already just thinking about trying to get something behind it.
Yeah, your body's trying to go one way and the mind is preventing it, I think, on that occasion.
Might have been a deceptive camera angle there from the replay, but it seems to have carried much closer towards Gay than I'd first thought it have, almost reaching him on the half volley.
We've seen a few that have died from that end. We had the edge on the half volley from Jordan Clark early on, in fact Cameron Steele early on. And again, Ben Sanderson is a masterclass.
It's been a day's worth of cricket which has made Karen Nair's innings more and more impressive with every over that goes past, given how difficult the other 21 players, or obviously we haven't had everyone back yet from the Surrey team, have found it out in the middle, and how hard work it's been for him to really take control of that innings. And again, Tom Taylor with that runnable 60 at the other end. It's been a remarkable and fantastic showing from a Northamptonshire team in search of a miracle.
Advancing this time, Jamie Overton couldn't get it past mid-wicket, but again a further sign of how he's going to approach this innings. 18 from 20 as it stands. And I guess there is logic as well. Advancing down the track to Ben Sanderson, no great pace in the early 70s by our speed gun, which is a very useful new gadget, gizmo, that we've been able to utilise the last couple of days here.
No expense spared on the Surrey live stream.
Absolutely not. Can't stop, won't stop. 105 for 6. Home side, work to do. I guess the point permutations will be playing across, not just here but at Chelmsford as well. Both captains, Rory Burns here, Tom Wesley at Chelmsford, will be weighing up the pros and cons of twisting or sticking. Stifled appeal going down. There's been a few today though, Cameron. There's been a few stifled appeals, a few full-throated ones as well. 1 or 2 decisions that could have gone either way. 1 or 2 mildly questionable ones, you would say. And again, that was not far away.
I'm surprised that was a stifled appeal actually. Upon replay, with Overton shuffling across his stumps, the ball did nip back in, but You could see the leg stump behind him. But I did great. If I'm allowed to say this, I did greatly enjoy the speed at which Dom Sibley was given out LBW.
He's gone again forward and he's gone up again, but Overton advancing in his favour. So nothing doing, but again, ramrod straight, wicket to wicket stuff by Ben Sanderson. Another over ticks by 43 gone now. 31 still theoretically left in the day, weather dependent and light dependent. 105 for 6. Yeah, that one's just gone on the arm, you feel, just jagged down the leg side, but the previous delivery, Cameron, was closer than it appeared. Absolutely. Given the broad indifference of the fieldsman.
I think the fact there's been those 2 LBW appeals against Jamie Overton, actually I think in my opinion validates that approach of coming down the wicket and being a bit more proactive, because it looks very, very difficult to bat out there at the moment, and has done throughout the innings, given the skill that Northamptonshire's bowlers possess and how much movement they're getting out of the wicket. It reminded me that Sibley dismissal, I remember many years ago being furiously lambasted by a teammate, accused of cheating by a teammate because I gave him out LBW too quickly, and he assumed there must have been some sort of vendetta. And it was really out, but I also did not like him as well, so it may have been a bit too quick.
We have a little bit of news from Essex. Match delayed by bad light. Hampshire 3-2-2 for 8, 125 behind on first innings. Now, that is manna from heaven for South London's finest. And once you are off for bad light around this time of year, it's tricky to get back on again. Obviously, we don't have any radars as such. Cameron will be furiously looking through his AccuWeather, no doubt, the pro that he is. But yeah, good news for Surrey that Essex are, as it stands, unable to force the issue because bad light has come in at Chelmsford.
I'll be interested to know if Hampshire have any appetite to try and make a game of it. Well, they don't have any particular reason to do it, apart from maybe let someone else win it this year. Make a game of it.
Well, we shall come to that. Foolish punch down the ground. He's very strong through that area, and that will run away for 4. He's excellent, straight, either side of the stumps. Leans on it with absolute authority. Barely seen Ben Folkes play a shot in anger all day, just his 3rd 4. But he's doing a crucial job here for his team.
It's a shot we saw on repeat last week against Warwickshire through his 125. Just, I think, by nature of the wickets today, we've not been able to see him unveil it that often.
Oh my word, that's gone underground, but thankfully for Ben Folkes, not online. But again, further evidence. Definitely up and down from this area, from this end in particular, and whatever transpires tomorrow afternoon, it's not going to be easy for the batting side to survive or indeed force the issue. Yeah, so if you're Tom Wesley, what do you do tomorrow? Say there's no more play at Essex. You're 125 ahead. You need 12 wickets to win that game. Foolish, rinse and repeat, 4 more. Long half volley by Tom Taylor. It was asking to be hit, really. Ben Folkes just leans on it. Second boundary of the over. So what do you do?
I think you can. I'm just having a look at the card now. So Hampshire are 125 behind. The question for Essex is if Surrey are in the predicament they are in and are very unlikely to win, you don't actually need to risk the loss, as it were. You don't want to cede further ground by risking a defeat if Surrey are then going to get a score draw, as it were. But you can very much kind of fabricate a scenario where Hampshire need 250, 260 in kind of the last 2 sessions of the day, and it has to. Hampshire can be as unhelpful as they really want. Really, there's no skin in the game for them why they have to agree to anything. So if they do come to a sort of deal, as it were, I think Hampshire will have the better of it.
Yeah. I don't think Essex. I think in their mind, we'll come back to this after this delivery by Ben Sanderson, 113 for 6, coming into the 45th now. I don't think Essex will be thinking that Surrey will lose here. I think that they will be thinking that Surrey, at the very least, get away with the draw. And therefore, they can't risk just drawing their own game. I think there's too much space between the two of them. And then it will put the onus onto Surrey for next week to get some bonus points, to play cold-hearted cricket, cold, hard, clever cricket. And it will all be in their favour. I think they need to be prepared to lose the championship tomorrow in order to put themselves in a position to win it next week. It would be my reading. And by that I mean, if they can knock Hampshire over in the morning, this is assuming there is no more play at Chelmsford, and as we say, we don't know that yet, still off a bad light there, but if there is no more play, then I think Essex will be thinking we have to get rid of those last two quickly. Tom Prest is not out 102, so it won't be easy, but get rid of them quickly, put the foot on the accelerator, bat for 30 overs, try and get somewhere in the region of 180, 200, and then set them 300 in 75 overs, and be prepared to lose the championship tomorrow. It's gone high, and he's got a lot of it. Clever shot, really. Mid-off is in a kind of catching position, an under 11s position in truth, and Jamie Overton's not going to have any of that, thanks very much. If it's in his arc, he's going to extend those beefy biceps and just plonk it 3 or 4 bounces over mid-off, easy as you like.
Absolutely, it's kind of a risk-free, risky shot, as it were, from Overton. There's not really any fielders anywhere in danger of he's in danger of hitting there. As you said, they've got the under 11s extra cover. I think Jamie Overton's a big enough boy to clear him. I think you make an excellent point in terms of Essex having to risk tomorrow to potentially garner the rewards next week. It's always just it is a horrible feeling of just there's a world where they can live with the hope of winning a title for another week, and they have to make the decision of whether they're willing to lose all that tomorrow and then kind of have that what if that hangs over them. But it'll be in keeping of the cricket of the times.
Right.
If they do indeed chase it tomorrow, there's no point in kind of dying wondering. Or maybe there is point in dying wondering. How does the phrase work?
He's got a tidy, orthodox technique in his own way, as Jamie Overton, hasn't he? He plays quite soundly defensively when he chooses to.
Well, I believe, I'm trying to remember if I was reading an interview of him not too long ago, because he obviously had so many problems with kind of back issues and not being able to bowl that much, and kind of taking that opportunity to be like, right, I'm working on my bowling. I'm working my batting to really improve this, because if it's going to be a case of T20 cricket, that's where I get the option to really show my skills.
Shot in anger, no joy for Jamie Overton on that occasion, but definitely sign of intent. We're hearing that it might be drizzling as well at Chelmsford now. So you feel, as the clock ticks over to 25 to 5, Cameron's got a few cell phone issues.
No one ever calls me. It's very dramatic.
Yeah. Okay, well, try and find the silent button if you possibly can.
Some do not disturb now. Handle freelance solutions.
There we go.
To get back on me.
So we are hearing that there is some rain at Essex, so we're thinking that perhaps it might be done for the day there. Tom Taylor to continue, shortish. Ben Folkes helped himself into the onside. Yeah, it's been an undulating day with these two games running concurrently. At one point early afternoon, it felt like it really was falling for Essex, didn't it? And now Surrey are beginning to repair the damage inflicted from earlier in the day, and Essex are off. And Tom Prest has helped himself to 100. Good signs for the Kia Oval outfit here. Another one skittles along the floor. It's going to be hard tomorrow, whatever transpires tonight.
So the good news and bad news in my life, Phil, is I'm about to lose this job, but it looks like it's a freelance company calling me, disrupting me, so I'm going to get another job. It's fine.
Lovely.
One in, one out.
Easy come, easy go. When we were commentating together at Guildford, you got a call, didn't you, from a from a Tinder contact. I remember.
That is not true.
Cameron Ponsonby. Shortish climbs into it. Doesn't beat the man though. Well positioned just behind square. Comes back for a couple. Long boundary out there.
That's libelous, I'm pretty sure. I reckon I've been watching a lot of Suits recently.
Perhaps
so
it wasn't Tinder. Perhaps it was one of the slightly less.
Yeah, it was far more highbrow.
Promiscuous ones. Cameron, I don't know. Anyway, we move on.
God, is there a watershed on the Surrey live stream?
On Alistair Cook, by the way, Essex released a statement this afternoon saying, don't pay any attention to that. Thank you very much. Sir Alistair is fully focused on the game in hand and will be discussing with the club his plans at the end of the season. Make of that what you will.
So the story is that there was a story run that he had announced his retirement, or he was set to announce his retirement even, and they came out and kind of battered it down immediately.
Taylor in again then, pushing hard here. Another one leaps off a length, takes the bottom part of the bottom glove, top part of the bat. We've seen it time and time again from this end. Been another excellent cricket wicket. Yeah, all I would say on Sir Alistair is, if you do want to see him in red ball cricket, I suggest you get yourself down to the Wantage next week. Beautifully bowled. He's trying to flick that one through mid-wicket. Turns him inside out. And through to Lewis McManus. No edge this time. 46. Gone now. 120 for 6. Folks, serene on 26. Overton a bit more punchy on 24. Partnership of 41. My, did they need that?
Northamptonshire will be looking at this as such a vital and potentially the only kind of real partnership of danger to them, as it were. Like, Tom Laws is obviously a very useful batter. Hasn't scored as many runs in the kind of red and first class cricket as he would have wished. But in terms of players that can really take the game away from them, Jamie Overton is there at one end, and Ben Foakes obviously of enormous quality at the other. Well, Northamptonshire obviously clearly must be kind of hoping for a world where they're bowling at Surrey's top order again tonight as soon as possible.
Sanderson in again, foolish, smothered by Ben Foakes, who's been really on it all day.
So just to go back to what we were talking about earlier with Northamptonshire having those 4 slips, 2 in the offside, and then they had a fielder out on the cover point boundary. They've now gone down to 3 slips again, but that 4th slip they're using it on the offside. They're having kind of catching mid-wicket. So now they're still a very attacking field, but they're just kind of a shift in line in terms of their method of attack, which is fine, which is great. And that's where was kind of the interest came, that they had to kind of gone away from that attacking mantra earlier on in this session.
Yeah, Essex's Twitter account, or X account, or whatever the hell you call it these days, has confirmed rain coming down heavily at Chelmsford. I think we can fairly safely say that that game resumes now tomorrow morning. Still everything to play for. Essex will have to live a little if they want to force that result. Now Adam Collins has just emerged into the box with a box full of Duke's cricket balls.
Kookaburras, I'll have you know.
Apologies. Edged but down, so comfortably on the bounce to 3rd slip. They are Kookaburras in the Duke's box. Another little culture war of English cricket right there. I imagine he might be planning to take 1 or 2 of those away with him tomorrow afternoon for one of his many exhibition games.
I thought this was
as the big man just tours the country.
I was going to take my leave and then stand at the back as we spoke through Kookaburra cricket balls. I was very excited.
He is the Pied Piper of provincial 30 over friendlies, is Adam Collins. In again, and folks trying to punch it off the back foot this time. Straightish, but can't bisect those 2 fieldsmen, or as Kumar Sangakkara said on commentary, dissect those 2 fieldsmen this summer. Gave a very good interview on the final word, did Kumar.
Very fine podcast.
Yeah, well edited as well, actually, I thought. Really top class work. 120 for 6 here. It's been resolute stuff by Surrey since the resumption. Yeah. And it's been the story all afternoon from Ben Foakes. He's played late. He's played really circumspect stuff. He's defensively as sound a player as there is really in English cricket in that middle order.
He's the perfect player for Surrey to have at the crease at the moment. I was just wondering from the other end whether we'll see Lewis McManus potentially go up to the stumps with Jamie Overton on strike, prevent him from advancing down the wicket, try and bring that LBW back into play by keeping Overton at bay.
They've gone up for it, but Sanderson unmoved himself, which generally indicates that there's not much doing there. Everyone shrugs their shoulders and moves on. 47 overs gone, now 120 for 6. And Cameron's gone to check his messages, so Adam Collins will be ambling in with his bag of balls. Legitimate play and a miss there by Ben Foakes, pushing out at it. And as ever, Ben Sanderson hits that line, stands the seam up and gets it to talk. Afternoon, Adam.
Hello. Yes, I figured given I'm having a stint on colour for the first time in a long time, I should bring some colour with me. Thus the red kookaburras that I've been gifted this afternoon.
Just let me touch one. Oh. More of a pronounced seam than people may say, you know.
Well, they've had a slight tweak in the last couple of years, the cookers, the maligned kookaburras. We'll see if we can get them on camera here in the box. This one, here you go. So they added an extra layer of lacquer to them and they bolstered the seam, and that's made all the difference. So people say, because these went flat, didn't they, after 10 overs or so, which made the Dukes have that comparative advantage with the more pronounced seam.
Tom Taylor in again, shortish. Overton trying to manipulate something, but still watching it closely off the pitch. Got to be careful batting from that end, though, because there are a few devils in this track now.
So we did that game here together, the Notts game, right? Surrey Notts. Well, the ball moved around for the entirety of the game, right? That was played with the kookaburra. You wouldn't have thought that was possible with the kookaburras, as they were, they were branded as the ball that was used for the hard, flat tracks of Australia and would swing for a quarter of an hour and then be pretty hard yakka after that. But yeah, I think they've made improvements, and the seam does still feel flat there, doesn't it?
Flat, but not as flat as
it used to.
Previous iterations for me. That said, Christopher Wokes knows a lot more about this stuff than me, and he would refute this. Played off the stumps, but very nicely. Might consider a second note. Comfortable enough to sit on the single. Starting to play nicely here is Jamie Overton. Yeah, I spoke to Wokesy last week here at the Kia Oval just before the ODI.
Yep.
And he was, as you can imagine, in fairly decent nick.
You'd hope so.
Because he's returned to his field of dreams, of course. And I asked him how he's going to look to go the next couple of winters. And he was pretty upfront and pretty honest about it. And he said, me and the kookaburra, Phil, we just do not see eye to eye. In again, steered completely in control down to third man for his 5th boundary and 3rd since the resumption. It's looking good now.
I think the point you made before about Foakes playing under his eyes rings true here again, that he's playing late. There's not a lot of pace to work with at all, but he's giving himself a chance to access backward point and third man by playing so late, and still throw grippers in there as you'd expect at 125 for 6. But yeah, for Foakes in this kind of nick, brilliant 100 a couple of weeks ago, change of field here, out comes the third slip, dancing over to gully. Deep point goes back as well.
It's a very, very useful shot to have in county cricket in particular. Picks up another single now, and he's running hard this time. Looking for a 2. No. Sends Overton back. Overton was up for it. Folks would have been running to the danger end. Good decision. That shot where you just tap it on the head and you just ride the undulations of bounce. Sometimes it's going to keep a little bit low, sometimes it's going to rise on you against the medium pacer, and you just tap it on the head. Ollie Pope is a master at it. Ian Bell used to be the master at it, and Foakes is very good at that shot. very fruitful in county cricket in particular. Get into a bit more trouble playing that shot in certain conditions in Test cricket. Joe Root's had his problems playing that in Australia, but in England, that is your shot. Drives 4. You're not stopping that. Hasn't had to overhit it.
And that's the change in length as well. So earlier in the over, steered to third man for 4. Over pitching here, bit of an overcorrection, and put away by Overton. Brings up the 50 stand. They needed that. 51 from 67 deliveries. Just when Surrey were staring down the barrel, they've stabilised things either side of the rain delay.
Yeah, they have to keep going. Still 227 in arrears. Good leave, because that was coming in on the arm by Tom Taylor, who's let the ball do as much as it possibly can. He's bowled a full length. He's been driven down the ground a couple of times, then through the covers just there, but he's bowling an attacking length at least. 130 for 6, 48 gone now. Inching along a Surrey.
Just with that shot down to third as well, I remember Chris Rogers spoke about it being his most productive shot when playing in England. He used to talk about how he would offset the risk of being caught in the cordon by playing down on the ball, almost rolling the ball off the bat. So he would get edges from time to time scoring in that region, but they would seldom carry. So that, we've seen it from some of the very best. Chris Rogers made 76 first-class hundreds, most of those here in England.
He's a fine player, left-hander, of course.
Yeah.
So the angles are slightly different, but the principles remain. Sudharsan in again. He will not be denied. He's been excellent today. He's not really had the figures to show for it. He's beaten the bat countless occasions.
He picked up the wicket of Clark, that little away ducker, Clark, feathering it through to McManus.
Didn't look too happy with the decision, did Jordan Clark?
I must admit, I was on commentary at the time. I didn't pick up on it in the immediate aftermath, but saw the replay and
could have just been frustrated.
Might have been. I mean, it looked to the naked eye like a conventional caught behind, but they often do when they swing away from the right-hander.
Straight again. Folks is equal to it.
But yes, nearing the end of the season. Thus why I've been able to steal a few balls from across the road at the other end of the ground. Got one a game tomorrow, provided the rain stays away. Tomorrow late afternoon, team that you and I have both turned out for, the Oval Dream Bees, formerly known as the Oval Dream Boys. We're an inclusive club, the ODB. Playing against my podcast, The Final Word. So an end of season spectacular out at Dulwich.
Are you playing for both?
Yeah, no. Final Word. We haven't lost a game. We're 5 from 5. So got to keep the record going. We've got 2 new kookaburras, a couple of old ones too. At Dulwich there, it's short to the railway side.
Yep.
Which is uphill, but so it was put to me when David Hooks pro'd there in 1975. He hit 6 sixes in and over all onto the train tracks. So you're always at risk of losing a ball over there. That's why I got a couple of old ones just in case.
Yeah, well, I don't know why I'm saying this live on air, but last time Adam Collins played there, he stuck one out the ground, out of the gardens, and slap bang into the back wall of one of the residential houses miles away at Dulwich Cricket Club. It was horrifying to watch. Another Ben Sanderson delivery down the channel.
You see that one there, we'll get a second look at it, I suspect, because it did come back with the arm. So he's got that variety, not just off the seam, but through the air as well, Sanderson. That kind of traditional senior pro, decent bag of tricks. Had a few sort of injury concerns this year, hasn't been as productive in the wickets column as you'd expect, but ending the season on a roll. Hat-trick last week, bag of 5 at Edgbaston. What he would give for another breakthrough late here today with bad light setting in again. Don't imagine we're long for this world, Phil.
Ben Folkes is been rock solid all afternoon. Been essential that he has been as well, because otherwise this innings could well have fallen over in a heap. Yeah, possibly, Adam. Looking out towards our right, there's a bit of rubbish, I suppose, and the lights are beginning to take effect. Just
a time of day thing, isn't it? In September you get to 5:30 and it's hard going. It does pose an interesting question around tomorrow about how this might sequence. During that rain delay earlier, we were scenario building, as we've done throughout the week, as you're entitled to do. Second last round of the season, you can kind of drum up any scenario you wish, really. But both sides here, you can quick single sent back. Imagine a scenario where they're willing to get resourceful and creative. So as it stands at the moment, we haven't got the bug on the screen at the moment, but we'll get that back. It's at 227 deficit, or they trail by 227. Let's just hypothesise that the rain started falling now, or they went off and that was it for the day. You know, we could come back tomorrow where it's in both Surrey and Northants' interest to accelerate this game dramatically and set it up. And one way to set it up would be for Surrey to pull out, then Northants to pull out at none for none, and for Northants to have 227 to play with, acknowledging they need to win to have any chance of staying up. And Surrey might take that. In fact, I'm sure they'd be interested in such a thing, because at the end of the day, if Essex go on to win, and there's no sure thing there, but
sure,
if they were to go on to win, Essex could nudge ahead, or at least be within a hair's breadth of Surrey, and it'll be harder, you would think, for Surrey to win next week at the Rose Bowl than it would be chasing, 200 and something on the final day here. Thoughts?
Well, firstly, Luke Proctor has replaced Tom Taylor here at the JM Finn stand then. He's bustling medium pace. I don't think Surrey will be bothered at all, personally, about manipulating anything. Northants, on the other hand, may have to reprise what they did last week against Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Northants have nothing to lose. A draw here, even a favourable one,
all over.
It's all over. Forget it.
Yeah.
So, if Surrey end up 150, 170 behind on first innings, then it's incumbent on Northants to have a whack and give themselves a puncher's chance, is how I see it. But for Surrey, from their perspective, I think you walk away from this slightly messy, slightly mucky, filthy week with rain around both here and in Chelmsford. I think they walk away with a draw. Thanks very much. That's my personal reading of it. But we shall see. Daniel Norcross is imminent.
The other side of it is that Daniel will come in and replace you in a tick, is that if you're gaming it and you're Surrey, and there is a world where Northants are willing to play the game a little bit, and I can't see why they wouldn't, for the aforementioned reason that a draw means nothing to them. A draw is a loss.
Yep.
That if they're given a deal, set up the game. Now, of course, it's 225 behind. It's not going to start bucketing down now, so there'll be some more time taken out of today. But 104 overs tomorrow, full boat. That's, you would think, plenty there for both sides.
Shortish shovelled into the onside for a couple. He was advancing at one point.
And in that scenario where Surrey are given a chase, of course it would require two declarations.
Yep.
And it would look bad and people would crack it. And I get all of that. But
I'll forget that.
But you can kind of forget that, right? Like you articulated nicely on day one, back in 3-day cricket, when before it was streamed and televised and all the rest of it, this is de rigueur. This was just a standard thing,
Indeed.
Especially late in the season.
Yeah. Yeah, I think events at Chelmsford as well will solidify Surrey's pragmatism.
Yeah.
Foolish and played again nicely. They've looked relatively untroubled in recent overs. Pick up another couple. 50 gone in fact now. 136 for 6. Trailing still by 2-2-1, but these two have put on now 57. I'm going to have a breather. Daniel Norcross can pick things up.
Thank you, Phil. See you across the road for a lemonade later on. Daniel Norcross making his way. So 2-2-1 is the margin that Surrey trail by. They lost their 6th wicket with the score on 79. That was Clark, caught behind from the bowling of Sanderson for 9. They lost wickets after lunch on 62, 66 and 79. The collapse all told was worth 5 for 36. Daniel Norcross jumping back on. Hello.
Oh, those were horrible moments, weren't they? And it was because it was coinciding with a clatter of wickets at Chelmsford. At that point, Hampshire were odds on to lose, and lose comfortably, and for Essex, therefore, to go into the final round of matches very, very possibly 1 point ahead.
Yeah.
Now that could still happen. Big appeal, but
height
and direction down the leg side, I think, as well. But you can see folks here flexing that left leg has been hit very high. That's why the umpire's not given it. But since then, this partnership of 57, 100 from Tom Prest, Hampshire avoiding the follow-on, and rain. Oh, I love it when we get to this stage of the county championship, when your just eyes are everywhere, you're just looking everywhere. It's just the greatest competition.
Like lots of competitions can go to the final day, right? Like lots of tournaments around the world, lots of different sports. But the difference here are the sheer number of variables with points.
Bonus points.
Draw points. You've got it. Rain. Follows on.
You don't
double
get
declarations.
that in football, do you?
No, you can't. You get 3, or you get 1, or you get none. Yeah, goal difference, sure. But constructing a scenario is harder to do.
And you've also got plays within a play. So Northants are looking at what's happening at Middlesex and with Kent.
Just short.
Yeah, it's happened a few times actually now. I wonder if those slips might consider coming up a step or two. We've seen a couple. There's one that fell just short of Karen Nair earlier.
I'd consider McManus coming up here. Just to keep Overton loves to get on the front dog, loves to hit through the line of the ball, keep him where he wants to be. I know it's going to make it harder to grip a catch for the wicketkeeper.
But you're right, though. Sanderson's late into. I mean, this is 20th over today. That's
bowling in low 70s, right?
Yeah.
Low to mid 70s. It wouldn't be anything that McManus couldn't keep up to.
Flashed away. It's going to be another boundary. It is wonderful watching Jamie Overton when he's in full flight like this. There are plenty of gaps in the field, but Surrey, when he came in, were in a more than perilous position. 79 for 6, but he's the one man who's taken the attack back to Northants. See that again. Placement perfect, just in front of square. There is a fielder just behind square, and he's really the only man who's taken the attack to the Northants bowling.
Yeah, we're in a strange spot here in the game. If you follow Phil's orthodoxy that Surrey will be just happy to take the draw and shake hands on that tomorrow and there'll be no funny business, then this is great. If you're more of the view that where I'm coming at it from, that being enterprising might provide them with something tomorrow.
Well, you know, Overton gives them a chance to have a bit of, bob each way, doesn't it?
Because it could do. He get back quickly enough that the 10 wickets that Surrey require, improbable as it would be to get the win that way without a declaration, but yes, they could have the bowling boots
or
on.
They get close enough, and Northants, in their zeal to get to a point where they can declare.
Third innings pickle theory.
Third innings pickle theory comes right back into the equation, but we're a long way from that yet.
Closer than you might think, I reckon. Like the thinking behind again, got to stress this point. A draw means nothing to them. They have to find a way to win from here. Okay, getting Surrey to follow on, that's route 1. They've got 65 runs to play with on that front, 4 wickets to get. Okay, that's plan A. But if it weren't to happen, that's when they're going to be in a similar situation to last week, where Rory Burns and Luke Proctor might have to have a
little dot, little chat, little
glass of beer this evening, and just say, well,
let's do some scenarios, because I love a scenario.
You and I both.
1 minute past 5. I'm pretty sure that we're not going beyond 6:15 because of the light.
I think that's generous.
I think it probably is, but I'm saying we're not going beyond 6:15.
So you're saying 20 overs at best?
20 overs at best. I think more likely 18.
Okay.
Let's say Surrey with Overton still in, they get past the follow-on mark.
Yep, they would if they batted that far.
At that point. Now, they will be encouraged at that point, because once they've gone past the follow-on, they'll feel, well, how do we lose from here, really? Well,
the declaring 149 behind thing.
Well, I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking thrash slog.
Okay. Acknowledging there's bonus points.
Now then. Oh, he's dropped him. He's dropped him. And that was not a difficult chance down at, it's almost deep backward square, very wide, long leg, top edge. What an important moment that could be in Northants season. Ben Sanderson He got to the ball and he's just spilled it.
Might have been one of those where he got there so early, he was almost hanging underneath it.
Well, we were
got there really early on, went fingers down.
Oh, and he's had 2 bites. And Essex fans must be in despair at that.
Had enough time to go fingers up there if he had ran a few metres further in. I mean, again, I'm being a bit harsh there because he was underneath it.
Well, he's actually, I think he's got to the right point, minus half a yard, and then he's had to just stretch a little bit.
Yeah.
He got into what he thought was the right position, and then just reached those hands that should still have taken it. Oh, that's going to be 4.
Pain.
That is agony, isn't it? I mean, we were just talking about the effect of Overton being there, and it looked like a commentator's curse, didn't it? It looked like it was all going to be moot. And then the follow-on was right back on.
It's been busy out there. Took it.
Yes.
Snaffle yesterday, Lee. Head groundsman here.
Bit of a trudge, that, isn't it? Now he's trudging round towards where the covers. There was a little concern about rain a moment ago. That's slightly gone away. Oh, it's all going wrong for Northants here.
Another touch for Lee. Bang. Backhander as well. 2 in the same over.
He's got a nice little under on
the blower as well.
Yeah. He's done that while on the phone.
The ball has followed him from fine leg to third man in the space of a delivery. Very tidy.
150 up for Surrey with that 4. And Overton on the threshold of a half century.
What a costly over for the visitors. That catch is taken. Different game of cricket.
Oh, it's going to be 4 more. Wait to see the umpire signal buys. That looked a bit sharper for Brox. There's a bit of anger, I think, in that ball.
His previous ball was clocked at 83 and that's at 79, so it's not slow. Getting it through.
But 14 runs off the over, and Northants, as you say, route 1 is the follow-on. Surrey need 52 more, I beg your pardon, to avoid that. And then, what I'm thinking is, if Surrey is still going at that point, they can kind of afford to have a whack. For 2 reasons. Another bye here. Got to feel sorry for Lewis McManus behind the stumps. Because if Surrey get close, then Northants have to go. They have to go hard because they've got to get something on the board to put Surrey back in. If Surrey get ahead, which is a preposterous notion at this stage because they're still 200 runs behind, exactly 200 runs behind. Well, either way, Northants become somewhat in the realms of the pickle theory. And if those of you are wondering what the hell are we talking about, Johnny Barron, who's given much sterling service to this parish over the years.
The man of the frightening in-swinger. Bowled some glorious deliveries in a game I played with him last week.
Bit Chris Harris, is he?
Very Chris Harris, actually. Yeah. Similar pace.
Yeah, Chris Zinzan Harris.
Yep.
He developed a theory which he called the third innings pickle theory, and that is that you find yourself, usually it's with a relatively small lead going into the third innings of the match, and you don't know whether to stick or twist. Well, that pickle theory gets slightly extended when a side has to win. In the case of Northants, the draw, as we keep saying, is no use to them at all. So they have to go hard and try and get Surrey back in and bowl them out. And in so doing, who knows what can happen. White's back in the attack from the pavilion end.
Well, I mean, they left 160 as Overton brings up a half century.
52 balls. It's been a great knock. When he came in, his side were in all sorts of trouble, and he's hit 8 fours in that time. 52 balls. He came in at 79 for 6. They're still far from out of the woods, but nearly doubled the score, these two. Well, they have exactly doubled the score. 79 for 6 to 158 for 6. The perfect foil for folks.
Yeah, Overton displaying his all-round abilities. A couple of catches in the cordon, 3 wickets with the ball, now a half century. Timely one at that. Brisk one too.
A couple of weeks ago, Andrew Sampson, the great man, was here in this box, and I set him a task. I said, can you find out for me, from the fall of the 5th wicket, county champions, how many times from the fall of the 5th wicket are the county champions the side with the highest average after the loss of the 5th wicket?
Yep.
In 6 of the last 9 iterations of the county championship.
We are off.
Oh, what's going on? Is this rain? Is there rain out there?
I sense it's light. I mean, I think
this doesn't
it is
feel
light.
bad.
I thought I said to Phil 2 overs ago, my instinct was that it was dark, and Phil thought it was still pretty much good to go, but I'm not hugely surprised that it's a bit deceptive in that there is blue sky above us, but
where's the
still
sun?
dark.
And don't say in the centre of the solar system.
I wouldn't do that to you.
It's somewhere away to our right. Phil, our sun correspondent, is looking
Can you
up
see it,
to
Phil?
the sky.
Don't look too closely. Wear those special sunglasses. By the way, they're walking off having put in a bit of a shift there.
No, it's
Surrey.
definitely light. We can see the umpires with the light meters, and they're going to stay out there. I think if yesterday is anything to go by, this doesn't feel as dark as it was when they came off yesterday. But in fairness, look at the shadows.
Yeah,
they did take a reading yesterday, so
Yeah.
it'll be presumably the same reading as they took yesterday when they went off.
I know people get frustrated by light meters in the modern game, but there is a reason why we have them. It's so there is consistency across 4 or 5 days, and when they took them off on day 1, it was dark.
Well, you know the solution. There was a solution that I got Graham Swan to agree with, and that wasn't the easiest. You change balls, don't you, when the ball goes out of shape?
Oh,
you change the red ball for a pink ball.
You're about to advance the theory that I first wrote about, aren't you? You're about to.
Did you write about it?
Pinch it.
I brought it in 2018 to
Yeah.
Graham Swan. It was after a pink ball game against the West Indies.
Oh, sorry, I went a bit later than that, but we're on the same train.
The next game, England were playing at Headingley, and they went off for bad light. And I thought, how confusing must this be to a young boy or girl who's watching this game? And going, why is there bad light? There's no bad light last week when they were playing in darkness. Why don't they just bowl with a pink ball? And of course, there's all this bit about fairness and consistency. Well, cricket wasn't made to be fair, was it, Colo? Cricket is not a fair game. Now, what is Knuckle Pandy showing us? Let us have a look. South East Stars. Play will get underway at 5:28 with a 10-over game. The Blaze will require 52 from 10 overs, meaning they require 37 for the final 6.4. So they're back on there.
And the winner of that will play the Vipers on the 24th, a few days from now, at Northampton in the final.
The perennial finalists and winners.
Yes, as it's been described to me, the Australia of women's domestic cricket, the Vipers. Yeah, I think that changing up to a pink ball in circumstances like this, I understand that it will be uncomfortable for those who are batting at the time. It could be uncomfortable for those. I absolutely get that. But so it is when a ball's changed anyway.
Lots of things are uncomfortable, Colo. You win the toss, and you get the choice. You popped in on a green seamer with grey skies. I mean, think back to Boxing Day 2010.
Absolutely, I was there. But you know, there are. I reckon that the net benefit of taking a pink ball out of the box right now, with the lights, because of course pink cricket balls have been designed to play in these conditions.
Correct.
Outstrips to me the discomfort of taking players off. I don't think.
Remind me about side screen. Remind me about side screen.
It needs to go from white to black, not white to black, which isn't rocket surgery.
So you just need basically to have a black option with your white.
Which they all do,
yeah.
right? They've all. It's the way that modern sight screens work. Gone are the days of having a. I've been thinking about writing about this. The lost position that used to be the sight screen operator. Because that was an art in itself, wasn't it? Getting it at just the right point and knowing how far to move it across. They don't exist anymore. Anyway, yeah, it's not. I remember I tweeted about this a lot in about 2018, and Ollie Rayner wrote back and said this is a ridiculous idea. So I'm not sure that
players hate change.
Yeah,
they absolutely detest change, and they think constantly about fairness, which is a strange thing because if you play a lot of cricket, you know that the game is inherently unfair.
There's one other point here, is that we start Championship cricket at 11 o'clock through till September when it gets a bit darker. Then we go back half an hour, right, to 10:30.
Yeah.
Can someone tell me why we're not going to 10 a.m? I understand in international cricket there's an ongoing scrap around starting times around trains from regional parts of the country as it relates to test venues, which I'm also not a huge fan of, but let's accept the fact that that's international cricket. Surely
Well, let me speak the facts to you.
You never get more than a couple of thousand people to a county game, despite what you see on Twitter. The most you ever get is 2,000 or 3,000 to a championship game, maybe a few more on a blisteringly hot, middle of the summer Sunday afternoon. So, I don't think that there is any real reason, and especially if you set the schedule early enough. As you do, your schedule comes out before the season begins. 10 a.m. starting time in September. Let's get some time back that way.
Well, it doesn't have to be at the beginning of September. What people do not understand is that by this stage of the year, and I'm a bit of a badger on this, we are losing roughly 3 minutes 47 seconds a day. So that's 2 minutes at either end of the day, basically. So the 3rd of September...
10 minutes a match.
Yeah, but think in terms of the 3rd of September. 3rd of September, you start at 10:30, you should be fine. By the time you get to what we are now, the 21st of September, that's 18 days difference. That's 36 minutes at the back end of the day, which is why you need to pull it back to 10 o'clock then. So, in fact, you don't just say 10:30 September, you say 10:30 early September, 10 o'clock mid-September.
You've solved it.
I've solved it. Because you know what? As I've said before, the Earth goes round the Sun and spins on its axis in exactly the same way every year. The moment it doesn't, folks, we're all doomed.
It's good to come to a problem with a solution. We've given 2. Pink balls, divisive. Moving back half an hour earlier for the second half of September, sure. You've got to go home 1 beer earlier.
Or just we could keep the bars open.
But you get it back.
Yeah.
You get it back.
You get it back, yeah.
It doesn't...
Yeah. I mean, clocks go back, don't they? The entire clock goes back an hour, needlessly, at the end of October. The covers have come out now. I don't know if that means there's a little bit of rain, because that's a strange manoeuvre to do unless you are concerned that there's a little bit of rain around. Ordinarily, the umpires would stay out there with the stumps up, would they not? And my feeling, for what it's worth, is that we're not going to get any play for a little while. At the very least, if not until tomorrow.
On that basis, we should take our leave.
I think we should.
At 158 for
We're
6.
going nowhere, by the way, just so as everyone... We'll still be here.
We'll be next door.
We will be ready,
having this
like
exactly the same
springs.
Conversation, but to each other with a few more swear words in there, possibly. 79 for 6. Surrey were at one stage before the first bout of bad light and rain hit. That's when Clark was out caught behind. After tea...
We can see the scoreboard there. Jamie Overton, the only Surrey player to make it to half century. It's been a very fine knock. He got there just before the players went off for bad light from 52 balls, 8 fours. And all this while, Ben Folkes, who has been so dependable for Surrey.
They've doubled the score together, haven't they? They've put on
Exactly
79 after falling to 79 for 6. So they're still a fair way in arrears as far as Northants making 357 the first time around. They were out within 2 overs this morning.
Great news, by the way, at Chelmsford. They're still off. It's raining, and of course Chelmsford, being that little bit further east, well, sunset comes a little earlier there.
All right,
maybe just a couple of minutes, but those are the gossamer thin threads on which this year's County Championship are hanging.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Adam Collins, Daniel Norcross. We're going to sign off here for the time being. We'll come back with an update as and when.